So, perfect. We're gonna hop in the VC.
But yeah, basically each gate's going to have a big community goal, and with each gate opening or after 25 days, if we can't hack it in 25 days, which is okay. I'm not even sure if people will complete the Guster Eyes. Those are a funny one. But yeah, we all work as a community, work together, and get ourselves these items, and we all get the rewards. Now, I will say, right now, just like with any good quest, you see that big question mark quest right down there? If you
No.
click that, you can click the check mark and you can get yourself an end crystal. Don't blow this up because this is important. This is important.
If you
If you
guys
go in
blow
your
up my compass, I will be very sad.
Oh yeah, we're killing you. We're killing you
I
outright.
would be so sad.
In the
I spent
video
so
game.
long building
Okay.
this.
But if you look in specialization, you'll see that for each of the paths that the server starts with, because I can only imagine things are going to get crazier from here, you get starting equipment. You gotta do the little quest right in the middle, but there's a bunch of little things here. Warrior is pretty basic. You get a little sword and you get a bunch of chainmail and food. Adventurer, basically the same thing. You get a stone saber, funny boots, crossbow, and torches. Chef, you get chef stuff. Thumbs up. Cardmeister is the joke one. You get no food. You get a buddy steel helmet, a buddy card booster box, and a buddy card binder. You like buddy cards? You should do that one. And then mage.
Just buddy cards.
I think me personally, I don't know. I don't know actually. Now that I say this, I think I'm gonna go adventurer. You submit the end crystal to the quest, and you can get your starting gear. That's basically it. That's ow. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Off into the mist I go.
Okay,
It's
goodbye.
no-
Um,
How do I?
but yeah, all the other stuff, if you want to ask, we're all open. We did make them one back after all, So if you've got questions about stuff, feel free. But yeah, pick your quests, and then we can actually run off. Can run off in this direction. These gates will be
Zombie, wait up a
what?
second. They're picking their quest.
Oh yeah. Okay,
I just-
everybody pick their specialization.
I don't know how. I'm a bit
Click.
confused.
Okay.
Go to the gates. The gates quest. Do you know how to open the quest book?
Open your inventory.
I'm in the quest book.
top left.
The
open your
gates.
quest.
Yeah. Go to the gates quest, and you should see question marks. Click the check mark, and then click the end crystal.
Wait,
Hold on. I think
where's the quest
Oh,
book?
Okay,
So
I've
if
got a
you-
solution for this. Everyone gather around me. Everyone
No,
gather
so
around me real
press-
quick.
I
Press
found it.
E, and in the top left of your inventory screen, there'll be quests.
Okay,
Okay.
everybody just got the
Oh,
quest
there we
book
go.
as a physical item.
Thank
Okay,
you, zombie.
that would probably be easier.
Yeah, that would help.
Everybody that's on the server, or I think in a radius of me, I did at A, so everybody should have just got the quest book as a physical item. I'll probably
Okay.
set something up here so you can get quest books for free whenever. But yeah, I hear the sounds of so many items being got. Also,
Lord, my
don't
game's frozen.
don't multi-class heart emoji. I don't. If you get other end crystals, don't you. Uh-oh.
I
Don't
think
use
some
them
people
for the
are
quest.
struggling.
Yeah,
I just crashed.
it happens. It's the first day. These crashes are bound to happen. What are y'all staring at over here?
This is my friend.
That's the creature I stole and was giving a gift.
He's
there he
flying
goes.
away.
This is his realm now. Don't question him.
Okay.
Oh.
All right then.
Oh,
You're my friend now. We're having
We're-
soft tacos
That's
later.
it. Give me my
We're
friend.
having soft tacos later.
I will not vote for your presidency.
Okay,
Wow,
here,
okay,
here,
all right,
here.
yeah.
I was trying to be
By the
funny.
way,
To the death
I will
mist.
also say, you'll figure it out later, but each gate has a theme to it, and it correlates to the update. That's all I'll say. Heart emoji. Ow, who did that? Stop it! Ah, hey, whoa. What is the invisible? Hey, you better.
I don't think
you
it is
better-
invisible.
You better stop it, Panda. You better cool with that.
All right, now I haven't picked my quest yet, but I'm gonna worry about that later. Now, if you guys all
Who
come
has
over
glowing?
this way,
Who
it's iced.
Okay.
Come on, everyone. We're going to
If
the
you
cool
guys-
place.
If you guys
Ooh.
come over this way,
Oh.
The spooky.
Meow.
Making sure no
Yes.
one's left behind.
Yeah.
Cool.
Lanterns and
No.
paths shall bring you to shelter. Well, I'm gonna walk into the
I
spooky scary.
can't
Let's
read.
Oh yeah!
Yay!
Follow the lanterns.
Are they still there? They're still there. They're still
Oh.
there.
You might
Hold on.
smack into a couple lanterns,
You
but
know something we don't know?
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
The harbinger
yeah,
of darkness,
basically,
Jonathan.
Basically,
Clover.
dies.
Yeah, Clover built a majority of where
Clover?
we're about to go.
hey now.
Nairo helped as well. Nairo,
But
Nairo
both did
also
it
built.
together. What do you mean?
Okay,
We're
I
all
barely
in
did anything.
this
All of you
together.
did this. Okay, this is
Mainly the
See,
gay
what do you
people.
mean?
Yeah,
Oh
mainly
my
the
God,
gay
There's a
people.
welcome.
I made the cool bit at the back.
Oh, I
Come
want
with
the
us,
photo.
Duck.
Welcome to the
Welcome.
village, to the spawn village.
Yo.
Ooh.
There is a
By
waypoint.
far-
Feel free to grab it. As in, like, make sure you're
Yeah,
connected
right
to it.
over here. I have it grabbed for normal reasons.
Well, that's-
But yeah, feel
Um.
free to look around here. It's not just for show. Oh,
I'm
you
killing a
little
duck.
shit!
oh
No,
God.
my duck.
He
I
stole
love
my
that
fucking.
achievement.
I just saw so many things fly towards that.
Fuck that seagull in
Um,
particular.
mine.
This place isn't just for show. There's a community farm here. You get free farmer's gear at the shack. Please do replant things if you pick them. There's animals in here. If
There
you
is
breed them,
right-click
you can
harvest.
yoink them. I don't know why I put free gear at the farmer's shack. I think that's an outdated sign from when there was like a different looking field.
There's
Yeah, please.
food in here for the
There's food.
animals.
Oh yeah, true. The-
Ow.
free food
Why
for
does
people.
the sheep have like a loaf in its mouth, and why does
Uh,
the
Why
chicken
is
have
the
a
cow wearing
halo?
a hopper?
Oh, a little
Hats. You
angel
have the hats mark.
chicken.
Why
Yes.
is everybody
Smart.
glowing now?
Because someone has the
It's-
glowing ability bottle.
Oh,
It's
that's
ice.
so
I
funny.
brighten up
Okay.
everyone's
A
day.
A duck! Duck!
I have
Duck!
slow falling in mine.
Hello, it's
but
me. I'm a little
I crossed-
jester. I'm a little jester.
Lovely. But yeah,
Clam.
there's also the big there's the community house over here.
I
This
spent
is
so long in this community house.
Have a
yes,
invisibility.
it's really good. There's
That's
little
awful.
there's very surface level mod tutorials. There's one about the quest book, about your trinket system, which by the way, if you go into your inventory and click the little symbol in your player area right next to your head, you'll see all of the different trinkets you can equip. Some
Uh-oh.
keybinds are dumb and
Okay.
confusing as well, so there's recommendations on those. What?
Sorry,
Well,
my
uh-oh.
game like just died for a second. For fun.
Oh, okay. There's beds upstairs if you need a place to, go eepy.
We
go-
recommend setting your spawn.
Yeah.
EP time.
Come on,
Eat
ducky.
That
Eepy.
though. Oh, hey,
Who
Kiwi.
wants to bunk with me?
I can mark.
With
Yeah,
that,
I'll take the bottom
though,
bunk.
with that though, the rest of the village is yours to explore. There's free houses everywhere in the village if you want to just live in one of those. And yeah, let's get fucking questing, bitches.
Quack, quack.
Yeah.
Let's get fucking questing.
Woo!
Let's
Disperse the
Yeah.
scatter!
Yeah.
Fucking dying.
Why do all of a sudden?
Scatter.
Scatter.
Run.
Come on, man,
Run,
let's
duck.
go.
Or duck.
I'm trying to get that stuff. Can you bolt to me, please?
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you.
No, no, no. Ow.
No, no.
Stop it. Stop it.
Ow.
Ow.
I guess, do you want to go in a different VC?
Sure.
Okay.
Panda, do you want are we
I'll
pairing
go
up, I
number
guess?
2.
I don't know. I'm just
Okay.
following.
Okay, come
I'm
on, Panda,
splitting
let's
off.
go.
If anybody wants to come do.
Duck.
Duck,
Duck.
duck,
Yeah. Duck.
duck,
Duck.
duck.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Rainy.
Duck.
Duck, duck, duck.
Duck.
Okay, we should probably go get stuff.
Yeah. Let's get out of here.
We should pick a direction.
Kiwi.
Yeah, I was like, I've been getting like some of these foods, so I don't have to.
Same.
Is it all just
Run.
kiwi and blueberry?
I believe so.
Okay.
I
I wanted to get whatever they had so that
Oh,
I could
frick.
plant it at my house.
There's wheat over here.
Ooh.
Wheat.
Oh.
Wheat.
Goddamn seagull.
I just watched that seagull steal. What a little thief.
Yeah, it steals food from your inventory.
Okay, that's wheat. PSA.
Smart boy.
Okay, which direction we thinking?
I like west.
West?
It's like the direction I
Alright.
always tend to end in.
Oh, my map is really small. I should probably fix that.
Yeah, I don't know how do you fix that?
Ooh.
Tap Y and go to view settings. And there's
Oh.
a size. Okay, so west, we should be going that way then.
Yeah.
Okay.
To do it.
Run. Run.
I feel like we should help them.
Charge. Oh no. They're stuck at like the beginning spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tired
Should we Oh, pumpkin. Pumpkins.
Pumpkin.
Mother-
Pumpkin.
Stole my
Pumpkins.
food.
What is Scoria?
Hold on, I'm creating a quick waypoint. Just and my mouse.
Oh,
stopped
smart.
working. Ah, there
Pumpkins.
we go.
Oh my god,
My mouse
eggs.
has stopped working. There it goes.
Turkey eggs.
Is that a
Turkey.
crow? Oh yes, crow. Hi crows, come here.
Wait, oh, did I lose y'all? Oh.
Yeah.
Are you just stealing the Oh wait, this is lettuce.
I want a
Lechuga!
crow. Give me.
Lechuga.
I got a crow. Let's go.
Sorry,
Alright.
Duck. I have to use my right
How do I
right
tame a
click.
crow?
Come
I
here.
wanna
Come,
tame
come
it.
back here.
I
don't-
think you have to throw seeds.
Don't run from me.
Okay, we continue west.
Hold on,
West.
let me grab my crow. He's running away. Come here.
Oh, oh.
My crow. Get back here. Damn it. It's so sad. I'll get another one later.
A fairy.
I got hops.
Was a fairy.
You're being 2v1'd. Oh, they're it's a bit, I swear. If they were being genuine, I would have intervened,
these?
trust me.
Maple log. Ooh.
Eh,
Hold on.
it
I want to
kind
see
of
what the
just looks
planks
like
are.
acacia.
It's like an orangish.
Yeah, it just looks like acacia.
Oh, are you taking the tree? I was just gonna put it back. You have
I'm
that
just
tree.
yoinking the tree.
I can tell it's good, don't worry, Ella. I'm a band scoot and myself. Don't do that, please. Dre's not here. I don't want to be on my own. Oh god. Duck! Duck! Duck!
Yeah, somebody's gotta
Duck!
have the duck at all times.
Okay, I have duck.
Oh, I got hop seeds. I can
Okay.
make beer.
Okay, wait, here, take this. Take your child.
Come here, son.
I gotta get wood.
I'm questing. This is
Here,
great.
here, talk with your cousin. He panicked for a second. I don't think he's used to the socialization.
Yeah, let's get all the There's a plains area coming up, I can see it. I should also probably make that zoomed in.
My mouse has stopped working again. Ah!
No! Do you need to replace its
No.
batteries? Here.
No, it's
Oh.
it's.
You got
wired.
him?
Oh, I don't know then. Okay, there we go. What
I'll
is
just carry
this?
the boy.
Double fern.
Alright.
Yeah, you got the boy?
I got the
Alright,
boy.
we gotta go this way. Since we
Which
can't
way?
go boating.
Boat,
Sure, we can.
Maybe. I don't
I've
know
got
if
a
you can.
crafting bench.
Oh, wait, here. Can you place the crafting bench down?
Hold on.
Oh.
Put the boy down.
Hold the child. Oh no, the child!
The child.
The
Get back here.
child!
Got him.
Oh, no. I gotta look up how to tame a crow.
What's
Stone.
this? Strawberries!
Stone. Oh, there's a huge cave system near here. Oh shit! Wait, that was stupid. I thought I found iron. No, it was andesite. I'm an idiot.
Help. I fell down a hole.
David, you stay in my sight.
Is his name
David?
David?
Yeah.
Auto.
I
Oh
wanted
my
to give
God,
him a
Auto
normal
Mine-
name so he has
Yo!
normal expectation.
Oh shit! Auto mine's in this pack. Y'all are fucked.
How do you order mine?
The little squiggly line key, top left
I
corner with a pickaxe.
think I've messed around with my keybinds, to be honest.
I have no idea, but we can get lots of stone easily. Haha.
What's it called, the keybind?
FTB auto mine, I believe.
ultimate? Ultimate?
Maybe. That sounds familiar.
It's the wrong button. I have that one set as.
All right.
Okay. What about that one? That one. That one. Okay.
Shall we continue?
I need to get myself some stone tools.
I need to make myself an axe.
Oh,
Oh!
jeez. That
Yeah,
scared
see?
me.
All right.
Yeah,
Why? Ooh, strawberries!
Yeah. I got some.
Strawberries!
Hold on.
Strawberries!
David, you have a hat!
David!
David, you are a wonder. Come here, buddy.
Oh, that's
Whoa.
terrifying. Oh,
Whoa.
oh, I don't like that. Oh no.
Why?
Okay. I want to see if
Listen,
I
my
can
son just
find
wants to look fancy.
any good spots. Are we going? Don't forget your. I'll get your crafting bench, August. Do you want me to call you August? I notice you get confused when I say Arby.
Oh, that's because I'm most used to people just going to Cap.
Oh.
What the fuck is that thing?
Wait, what?
Oh,
What is that?
See that?
I want to pet it.
What is
Yeah,
that?
you go investigate.
I think
Wait,
it's a tree.
No, that's a tree.
It's a tree.
That's not a mob.
It's a banana tree.
Bananas!
Ooh,
Bananas.
I'm a
Banana.
banana.
Cabbage.
I'm a banana.
Bananas. Yeah. Bananas.
What is?
Y'all want to go boating or?
Sea beats. I'm down to
Sure, let's
boat.
go birding. Oh, look,
Okay.
I see a dungeon thing.
Okay. I don't think we should do dungeons yet. Okay, boat
You think we're a
one,
little ill prepared?
boat two. Whoever's holding the duck needs to ride with somebody.
Oh wait,
Oh.
no, the duck can ride.
Okay. I'll pilot one boat.
I got my
Alright.
son.
Arch! Swim. Let's hope there's not any water creatures.
Am I allowed to get stuff from basic survival?
What?
The quest from basic survival of just getting rewards from it, and it's like,
I believe so. Okay, we gotta be careful because they said something about lag when traveling.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I gotta copy and paste my D again. It's ask a question.
Oh no, not again. I don't understand.
Oh, there's a portal
Wait, really?
to our right,
Where?
under the water.
Okay. Swim. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, it's this way. I see it.
Oh,
I just lagged.
yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, be
Backing up.
careful.
Backing up. There's also a shipwreck to our. You get the portal. I'll get the shipwreck.
Okay.
I'm just gonna collect stuff from basic
Ooh.
Here we go. Did
Ooh, I
we get a
get
map?
backpack.
No.
Here,
You
let me
get a
get this
backpack.
shipwreck.
You get a backpack from me.
Reactive 2. Ooh, what's that do?
Oh wait, these are looter chests. We can all get them.
Yeah. Oh, sick. All right, I'm coming over.
Okay. Let's.
Where's the-
Ooh, I'm gonna drown.
Oh, I see you guys. Okay.
Yeah. These are looter chests. We'll go get the other. Oh my god, my inventory's
TNT.
almost.
Yeah, you go get that.
We'll get the
All
portal
right,
next.
stay here, buddy.
You can
Oh, iron!
there's a backpack in the
Oh my god,
quest
I'm
thing
gonna
on
fucking
the,
drown. Hold on.
Let's just gotta quickly build a door.
Oh my goodness. Hold
Oh,
on.
shit.
Let me build a door.
Percy for president, yeah! Yeah, don't drown.
Yeah, I started
got
to
a
a little
door.
bit because I couldn't get out. All
Oh
right.
my god. Why can't I reach now? Oh my god, okay.
Careful, there's a
I
whale.
put a door down.
He
Hey,
seems
bro.
harmless, but
Don't forget to get the other chest because that's where the iron and shit is.
I didn't even finish getting
Yeah.
out of the one.
Just
Get in the hole!
struggling with a. How do I?
Okay.
There's the door.
I'm too slow for this. Oh god.
Oh, I'm gonna
There's a door
drown.
by
I'm
one of
gonna
the
drown.
chests.
I'm gonna
Here, let
drown.
me-
Oh
here,
no.
let me-
No,
I put a door down. I got a door.
Oh,
Oh!
okay.
Alright, I'm just
That
gonna
was
sit
like a
here for a
third of my
second.
that was like a third of my health. Holy crap.
Yeah,
Okay.
mine's almost gone.
I didn't
Alright,
get any.
what can I get rid of? I can get rid of that. I can get rid of that. I don't want it.
There are only 2 chests, or
Oh, okay, good to
There's
know.
2 chests
No
in
longer
that
on
shipwreck
peaceful.
type.
Okay.
Oh, fun!
Okay, I'm gonna let myself
Throw a
heal up a
berry.
bit
Yay.
before I go back down.
Oh, okay. We're gonna go to the portal real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Is it this way? Wait, no.
Uh,
It's over here. I got confused for a
I'm
second
gonna
there.
get in the hole, I
but yeah, I
swear.
see it on the map. It's great.
Yeah.
I love cheating with the maps. It's like,
Okay.
ooh, stuff.
Alright, let's not get too close so the boat doesn't get eaten.
Ooh, there's gold down here. I don't have any,
What is this? Oh, I got armor.
why the fuck is my swimming freaking out? Help me.
It's
Okay.
because you're over magma blocks. They yank you down. Curse of Vanishing Blast Protection. Okay, I'm not gonna die if I put these on.
There we go.
This is, I'm not having fun here. This is, hold on.
Finally got
Okay,
everything.
let's get
It's
these.
so hard not having a D key to play.
Silk Touch. Oh, that's fine. Okay, we're good. Okay, when you're done, August,
I
we'll
am
wait
done.
for you since this is more west than the shipwreck. Oh, don't die.
What is...
Ooh.
Whoa! I'm taking all
Dude.
this.
I got a potion of mana regeneration.
Animals have
I
been
got
murdered
I
over
got
here.
26 augment arrows.
Oh, whoa. What am I getting?
I've no
What
this
is
way.
this? Bro!
If you guys go into the survival thing and get the beginning of the survival,
Sorry, I was going back and
Oh,
forth
bless
getting
you.
fish in a row because something
Yeah,
came
you get a
through here and
free
just killed a
backpack.
bunch of fish.
Oh wait, really? Hold on.
Yeah.
Beginning of
beginning of
survive.
survival, and then when you get a
Beginning.
crafting table.
Yo! Okay, hold on. I need to get out of the boat so I don't like throw things at you. I'm probably gonna die, but I'm gonna sink for a second.
Yeah, have fun.
Okay, because I end up throwing my oh no! RB, you're gonna
What?
pick up my stuff.
Ew.
RB!
Ew.
Infectious. Okay, hold on.
What the?
Okay,
Those
backpack.
roaches are beautiful.
Okay, all this goes in here.
Yeah, I've been shoving stuff in the backpack already.
Okay, let me get my
I
let me get my
backpack?
stuff and then I'll come back to operating the boat.
That
I'm just
backpack?
standing here. It's like I'm
Okay.
far too lazy
I'm in the
to
book.
do it.
Okay, charge west.
Whoa.
Watch out.
Oh, you get.
Oh my god. Oh, I thought I crashed for a second there. Are you 3 living together? I think we can be neighbors. Oh, pink trees.
There's something to the left on the map, and then there's the Blossom Hills that we're heading for.
Left? Do you want to go left or blossom? I like pink trees.
Well, I just want to see what this is. I don't know what it is.
Okay, how about we dock here?
Yeah.
Like, make a little thing in the middle? So we can, like,
Be really
go to
careful.
both. It's because it's
Hi,
nighttime
David.
and it's not peaceful.
I honestly forget that you're like streaming. It's like you talking to. It's like, oh, that's right.
Okay, we should probably make,
Oh,
like, a little
Why'd I
fort in
get
the middle.
nauseous?
Why is that large? That's a large zombie. Don't go
Oh,
over
this
there.
hurts.
Y'all are
This
gonna
very much
die.
hurts.
Oh my god, no.
Oh, I think that's a dungeon thing. Okay.
Oh no, no. Why'd you lead them over here? No.
Get in the water.
Oh my god, no. No, wait.
Don't die.
Oh!
Get in the water. They can fly.
Got him.
Okay. Okay, at least the buff zombie's not here anymore. Okay. I was gonna say we should probably make a little fort thing in the middle, live over there until we're ready to go to the dungeon thing over there.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
Okay.
We're gonna like live
Just
here forever, or just
well, I meant for
Same.
now. If y'all want to like move, we can.
Looks like the Blossom Hills expands over that way. So it's not just this little area.
I was just saying because right now we don't exactly have any food. Why can't
just
I
got blocks
open?
of coal.
Oh,
Blocks of coal.
Ooh, Spawn
Oh,
looks
that's
sick on the map.
that's
How do you do
weird.
that?
What am I doing?
You're picking up the backpack
Oh, I'm
like a
confused.
mob. That's great.
No, because sophisticated backpacks, you can pick up backpacks that way instead of breaking them. That's why I was confused when the backpack suddenly vanished. I was like, "Huh?"
This
Here's
is
your-
my coal, by the way. I've just shoved it in your furnace.
It's
Heads
all
up.
good. I just set them down to make space. Okay. Okay, I'll go. I can get some wood real quick.
I'm putting my furnaces down as well.
Let me see. Seagull.
I forget that I
What-
have a crossbow.
What does this look like? What is this? Cherry
There's
log.
crows here.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna read how to tame a crow. I want a pet crow.
Oh, oh, this is pretty. This is pretty wood.
Can you tame the crows? I don't remember if you can.
I
Read
think
it.
it's wheat seeds.
I got those.
August.
What?
This is such a pretty wood. Look,
Pumpkin seeds.
Ooh.
I need
it's the cherry.
Ooh.
It's the
I
pink trees.
like
You
that
guys
a
have
lot.
pumpkin seeds?
Smoke on the
Pumpkin
water.
seeds?
Find
I
an
have
undead pirate
pumpkins,
ship.
but
Oh,
not
wow.
pumpkin seeds. Let me make you some. Hold on. Pumpkin seeds. There you go. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Yes.
Give me a crows.
Okay.
Duck somewhere? Where are you?
Watch out. You got a
Oh, it's a
zombie
baby.
coming.
That's great. Have
Okay. Okay, don't kill the cows. We can make a little base because hunger is already becoming a problem.
how do I feed this motherfucker?
You either throw them on the floor or right click them.
I've got fish I'm cooking if you guys need.
I might need some soon. I'm gonna plant which one of these gives the best food? They all give the same, but I have the most blueberry seeds, so we'll plant blueberries.
Well, I've picked up the baby, but
Ow.
I don't know how to. Doesn't
Eat
want
it,
to
babe.
tame. Might have
We
to
could
pick up.
trap the baby until it's big.
Yeah, let's trap the baby.
Okay.
Here we go.
Here, let's make a.
Okay. Okay, I do need the food because like I'm at half health.
I've got a bunch of food. Hold on.
The
Let me
baby.
put the baby. Let me put the baby down.
Small little guy. Little guy. No.
Stay in there, little guy. Quick.
Imagine if we got sidetracked and just left them in there.
There. That way we know
Yeah.
where the hole is.
Okay.
Oh, you can hear him.
Food, right? Food. You wanted food, didn't you?
Yes, please, because I'm at half health and half hunger.
Do you have a spare pumpkin? I want to get the adult. I just saw.
I gave Rainy all of my pumpkin seeds. I have one pumpkin left, and I need it for crops.
Jeez.
Yee.
Okay.
Try and tame it. See if you can tame the adult.
Okay. Maybe we live on this flat
Yeah.
area, so I don't have to terraform as much over there.
The beachy
Okay.
area.
Yeah, right, like
Okay,
right
okay.
over here. Okay.
I grab all the stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say move it down here so I don't have to terraform as much. Because I already do massive amounts of terraforming on literally every other server I'm on. I don't want to terraform just once.
Okay, I got everything
Burn, baby,
except for the
burn.
coffee.
Let's get all this wood. Wood. There
I
we
think we just got
go.
2 crafting tables.
Yeah, one of them was August, but I
What?
was holding it. Your crafting table.
Oh yeah.
We-
Stop shooting at me. I'm trying to get the buy back.
Let me actually move the seeds that I planted over here. Duck. Quack. Where did I? Oh, I plant them over here. I'm sorry, I have to pick you back up.
You have a
Come back.
stupid hat.
Have you
Bullying
tamed
the
crow
duck.
yet?
No, I'm
The
bullying a
crow.
spider. The spider's got like hair.
My cat thinks she's a
Ooh.
bird. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, I see something. I have to empty my inventory before I go to it. It looks like a pirate ship.
Be careful, because those are like stupidly strong if they're the ones I'm thinking of.
I also didn't get the crow yet, cause like it flying away because I was being shot at.
There's that. Okay, wait. I need to actually look at the quests. Because I have like a ton of things I need. Okay, this. Blocks of coal. Okay, what else can I redeem?
They didn't
Path of the-
tame.
Oh, okay.
I need more
Sorry.
pumpkin seeds. This is so sad. Where's
What
the
am I-
pumpkins? I might go
Kiwi.
find some more pumpkins.
Yeah, go with the
Oh, I'm getting XP levels.
I still haven't
Okay, I'll be
picked
back.
a
I'm gonna go get more
thing
pumpkins.
yet.
I'm gonna go get more pumpkins.
We could probably plant a few, because I have an extra one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
then
maybe
plant that
maybe
one, but I'm
plant.
gonna go back to where we got the pumpkins from and
Excuse
just,
me.
you know.
Specializations. Warrior, mage, cardmeister, chef, adventurer.
Oh, I keep forgetting my D key doesn't work.
What
I gotta...
class should I be, chat? What class?
How do you see the classes?
I'm adventurer.
You go to the quest, you go to specializations. It is spelled wrong though.
Stop flying away
Should we
from me. I
mention that?
love you.
Specializations. I gotta.
Should we
I can
mention
go. I
that?
have finals to do. No, stay. It's quest century opening.
Yeah.
SMP
Stuff
with
your
all these
finals.
cool
What
people.
What is that? Oh, I found another ship. Go away, whale. Whale. Stay away from me. Whale.
I'll try to see if I can get us a little fort going or something. Since y'all are
hate not
both
having a
off
D key 'cause-
adventuring.
I'm still trying to get a crow.
Yeah, I'm getting... It's so difficult boating without a D key. I can't turn.
Come back.
You gotta like go 360.
Okay, you know what?
Yeah,
Fuck
exactly.
you. I didn't even need you. I didn't want you to begin with. It's fine. I'm not crying inside. You are.
I'm not upset. No. I'm not
Me
crying.
upset? Never.
Never. Me upset.
I just want a cult
You-
of crows.
Me?
You just want
I just want
you
a cult.
Hey, Ellie
yes,
Foster. I'm
all
doing
of the
pretty good. Thank
crows.
you. How are you?
Oh shit, there's bamboo.
Bumble.
Ooh,
There-
collect it.
Bamboo.
Bumble.
Bumb. Okay,
Go
let
back to
me
my
go
chest.
back.
Ooh, strawberry.
What was I gonna do? The brain rot. It's so strong that I'm forgetting things as they happen.
Yippee.
Yippee! Okay.
Yippee.
Torches.
Ah.
Hello, pumpkins. Why is there giant
A
pumpkins? I just
warrior.
noticed that. What the hell? Pumpkin slices. Let's go. Oh, I've ran out of inventory space. How have I done
Ooh,
that?
I do
I'll get
like
rid of
that. Hmm.
Can this make seeds? This can make seeds. Good. I just made seeds even though I don't have inventory space. Ah. Silence.
Okay, let's go through these together. Alright, adventurer. Grand structures in the land. Beautiful strongholds ripe for the picking. The adventurer finds them all. This is an all-around specialization built to allow you to travel long distances. Find those strongholds, fair one. We recommend the path of the adventurer should you pick this specialization. Warrior. Admittedly, adventure seems like the best thing for me so far. I really like adventuring. Warrior. Choose the warrior specialization. Focus yourself on combat, donning armor, and breaking through.
I forgot F7 was my mute keybind.
Your best
Fuck.
You're best
I was wondering
equipped
where everything was.
to take hits and are able to withstand them all. I recommend you start with Path of the Warrior should you choose specialization. Mage. Magical spells, cloaks, and hats. A spell book to read from at night. This mage is a magical specialization that opens up many doors. You're not built to take hits, but to dish them out wildly and complete all sorts of tasks through the power of magic. We recommend the Path of the Mage should you special. Cardmeister. This is like the one I absolutely don't want, I think. Cards. There's so many to collect. Not only that, but there's tangible power behind them. The Cardmeister focuses all their power into cards. If you want to get a head start in becoming all-powerful via Buddy Steal, this path is for you. I recommend you start with the Path of the Heart. Should you pick this path? Warning. While Buddy cards can actually be turned into tangible power through Buddy Steal, it's very difficult to do so. Thusly, this path becomes very difficult to use. Choose this path with caution. Lastly, chef. You cook the pizza. You farm for the group. You whip up the best food anyone has ever eaten. A pizza to pie. This is a more passive specialization. We recommend the path of the chef for the specialization. I think I'm gonna go with adventure. Yeah, just because I am more prone to adventuring. Like, I have this weird competitive streak about me that I want to find every cool thing before anyone else. So I feel like this fits. And also it gives us a bunch of steak that I can split with everybody else. So. Oh, I don't have my... No, I do. I keep forgetting I have the quest book. I have that. Try with the book. Do I need it in my hand? I don't think so. I had it in my hand before. Hmm. Ooh, okay, that's cool. So I accidentally clicked right click and I got scared that I was looking at a block, but it won't let me submit. Hold on, let me check with them.
Me too.
Yeah,
That's what
I can do
I
that
would have
too.
said with. Here, let me make us like a little chest area so we all have like chests.
Okay, I got stacks of pumpkin seeds. I'll just be right back.
How do you pick your
There's
specialization? 'Cause I
quests.
get to valid items for end crystal, and it won't let me submit crystal.
Be tamed.
Did you accept the specialization task?
I don't-
You have to like click the check mark.
Be tamed.
You click the check mark and then you click it again and it should give you XP levels and then you go back and it should let you.
There we go.
I
I
haven't
got it.
chosen yet. I haven't chosen yet because I'm indecisive.
I chose adventure because I have a weird competitive streak thing where I want to be the first to any cool thing ever.
I like adventuring too.
Alright guys, here. We each have 2 double chests. I have a little bit more because I made the
You
chest,
slickety
but
sloth
we
for the
each
follow.
have a
Much
set of
appreciated.
chests.
Welcome to the crew.
You
How long
be-
have you been playing Minecraft? I've been playing
So-
Minecraft
I'll be on the
since I
far
was, like,
right. Somebody
11,
can take the middle and somebody
it's
can take the
been-
left.
like 11 years.
Hmm.
What's it about? Oh, I'll take the very first
Yeah, I got
ones.
a child.
Thank you.
yes, of
You're a
course.
parent.
Parental unit. Parent. Okay.
No, give me
Let's
the
get
seed.
that stone.
My
wood.
house is gonna be full of pets.
Fools.
This is better
Dre's
than
not
my...
on here, so I don't have to get 3 billion pets. Woo!
Oh.
As
Good thing
much
you're
as
not
I'd
looking
love
at
Dre
me.
to be on here.
I do that too much.
I hear a whale.
Too.
Ooh,
One,
That's
two.
kind of dangerous.
Oh
ooh.
god, if those
I'm
oh I
speedy.
can't, I don't know how to say it.
What?
There's like a whale on this different mod pack I'm on, modded server I'm on,
Mm-hmm.
that spawns so frequently and they're so loud and they kill every single squid known to man. If those are here, oh my god, they are! No!
Hey, just wandering
No!
around Twitch, making sure everyone's
Can't
day is better than mine
escape
at least. How
them!
are you? My day's been pretty good, thank you. I hope your
Oh.
day starts to get better, or at least tomorrow's
Those
better.
whales kill all the, we're not gonna
Oh,
have
that
kids.
explains why I had all the
We're-
fish just
yeah,
floating. It must have killed
We're
them
not
all.
gonna, they kill everything.
I'm gonna take the fish it's killing. You have some extra food. Please don't kill me. Thank you.
It doesn't kill humans unless you hit it first, but those whales literally kill every creature except for like manatees.
I have
And it's like-
calamari.
And it's like, no.
What's this?
Let's go.
A duck egg! I'm gonna hatch
Duck
my own
egg!
baby little duck. A second
both-
David, if you will.
David also gave me a duck egg.
Whoa.
We're look, duck.
How'd you do the backpack?
The backpack?
Yeah.
It's the beginning of survival quest. You gotta accept
Oh,
that.
I need to go through the rest of the quests. I'm so
Yeah, that's what
I'm being
it
so
took
slow
me a
about it.
second. Here.
I've got another crow.
I should
Ah.
also beginning of chef. Yeah, you should also probably look at your beginning of chef stuff because it gives you XP levels, and there's a lot of them.
Oh yeah, Path of the Chef. Oh, I got lettuce. And then I have kiwi and blueberries.
Blueberries.
Blueberry. I didn't
Yes.
choose chef specialization, but you bet your ass I'm gonna be cooking.
Hell
I'm
yeah,
gonna have
me
a whole.
too.
I'm gonna have a kitchen.
Sorry, who has two chests of who?
This one's mine.
This
August
one's
is
mine.
the far left, and you're in the middle.
Okay. Bleh. Just throws everything in there.
Just
Also, because of my specialization, I got 32 steaks. So if we end up really needing food, let me know.
Yeah, I'm also a venturer, so.
Hell yeah.
All right. Where do y'all want the strip mine?
I don't think it matters
Mhm.
too much since
Okay,
we're probably not gonna be
I'll
staying here.
put it here then. Cause I have iron tools, so I was
Those
gonna go ahead and
both your
start one.
crow.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I
Cute.
got 2 crows.
I need to
I got a
get
bunch of
one.
pumpkin
The rest of my
seeds.
life in a
If you
state
want to find
constant.
some,
Is
Okay.
they're in this chest.
Let's do
nausea. Though.
this.
Yum.
Okay, I'm gonna make myself some iron.
Rows and rows of very tempting parking spaces. I'm not paranoid, I'm a realist. I know you're gonna kill me. There's some suspicious generation down here. I can see it in the map.
Really?
Yeah, there's like squares and shit. I think there's a dungeon nearby. You see that in the bottom left?
Hold on. Oh
Where
yeah.
there's like a hole?
Actually, that
Sus-
might be because of the dungeon that's next to us.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Cherry
That might
leaf
be a dungeon.
That
carpet.
mine shaft.
Pretty.
Yeah. I hate this gravel. I hate
There's
gravel.
a panda.
A pan. Zombie! Thank you for the raid, Smile. Hi. Let me do this real quick. Let me help this raid. If you want to continue mining, you can.
I'm just
About. Hi. Hi. How's it going? I know you're on the SMP. Are you on the SMP? No, you're not. Are you
Actually,
having a good first day at least?
Ooh, what is that?
Thank you for the raid. Ooh, oh. How was your first day, zombie? Diamond, like a fish Avenue diamond. They don't make it like they used to. Oh, you are a pirate.
Found a ravine.
Your heart fiddly being a pirate is alright. With me, do what you want, think the pirate is free. You are a pirate. Yeah.
oh god.
Let's get it on like Molly, yeah, like half the way. Write a song for you like this. You are a pirate. I cannot unhear the fact that Panda sounds like James Marriott. I can't unhear it. I thought of it once, and now I cannot unhear it.
Oh, whoa. Yeah, the Blossom Forest, it's a little ways from us, is much bigger than the guy we've got.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If we wanted to stay here, we can just clear that. Oh my god, there was iron, and I completely missed it. I've been playing too much 1.20. I disregarded the ore. I was like, meh, meh. It's probably something else. Okay, iron. No, Panda! Oh, Panda! How have you almost died twice already?
Boots.
Boots. My big old school chic, like a movie star from the silk screen. I gotta wait for this iron. Why do I have nausea?
Wonder what Wanderer's boots do. Wants me to travel
You get some sprint.
5,000.
Buddy's a liver!
That's what I'm wondering. I get nausea for like a second every.
It's like a beacon just gave me nausea. Oh wait, that's your chest. Boots! Panda, no! Panda! Wait, is somebody... Are you killing the whale?
Maybe.
Yes. Yes. Murder! Bro, you have no idea how much I hate those whales. They literally kill everything.
You've got a maple forest nearby too.
Yo! Grapes! I found grapes.
Whippers.
Whippus.
I have a bunch of
Whips.
random food in my chest. If you wanna randomly look.
Honestly, okay, that's where the hoe is. I'm fine on food right now because I still have like the 12 steak.
I mean, like seeds and stuff.
Oh, I've just been planting them over here.
Hmm.
Speaking of planting, I should probably give them agua. Agua for the plants.
Is this man dead yet? I don't know how.
No,
I can't check his
no,
health.
those whales literally have more health than the Under Dragon. You're gonna be at
Oh,
that for
great.
a while. I have their health memorized. It's like 310.
Ow.
I've had to kill so many of them. It's like,
You can just stay hating me. I just never will go in the water again. I don't have enough arrows for that.
You're just gonna you've just become aquaphobic. No water
Yeah.
for me. No water for me. No, 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 no. Okay, there's some torches. Green crispy grapes are top tier. I don't think there's green grapes in this mod pack, but noted. It's not like I
How do
can
you
eat them
update the
anyways, because I'm
backpack?
allergic.
It looks like the
Oh, that's
The-
okay.
Blossom Forest is extremely safe too. I don't see anything spawning there.
There's like occasional mobs spawning, but that's like zombies.
Oh, I like your hat. I'm gonna take your hat.
2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, here we go. And
Why didn't you just dig
acid
straight down? Like, a normal stairwell.
because there's caves I was trying to avoid
No. Here's
because
the good part.
but I have no idea what mobs are in this mod pack.
Ooh. Fish
And then
stuff.
and I don't want to get jump scared. I'm a little scared. Here we go. I got more iron.
Good job. Oh, why is
Iron. Okay. The children have eaten. Why do you say it like that?
I'll
That's
say it
so
right now,
ominous
Ellie
for no
Foster.
reason.
If you sent me a friend request
feel
just
like
so
I
you
need to
can
open
offer
your
your
chat just to get
services, the
context.
answer is
It's
already no.
it's my
Sorry.
admin Dre. They're talking about the kittens they have,
Kitty.
but like they refer to all their pets as the children, or like their plushies as the children. So anytime they do something like that, they're like the children have insert thing. The children have done insert thing and stuff like that. Rah. Okay. But what was I gonna do? I'm buffering. Oh yeah, I was gonna do this. Bah.
Ball.
Bah.
There's a bunch of iron down here. This is great. Don't you at me.
Here's that. Here. We're getting a little bit of crops.
Little
I don't understand why you can hoe gravel.
They just cool like that.
You just can. You just can. Oh my gosh. Bamboo on sand. That feels wrong. Okay.
20
Okay.
iron so far.
We love James Marriott in this household. That's not James Marriott. I've made myself a fool. That's Lovejoy. I mistake their instrumentals occasionally. Oh, there's more iron over there. Someone like you with eyes instead. It's fine. It's fine. It's normal people things. Just to lie here in silence. Here we go. Iron. Yeah, see, I can hear the freaking whale through the walls.
Same.
It's so loud. For no reason. Okay. What is this ore?
Alright, we're gonna do our own little thing for a while. We're gonna go mining. I might branch off, honestly, even though I kind of ran off with these guys. I might start making my house as soon as possible. Just to have a place to be able to put my shit and also to just, like, claim the area, you know? I don't know yet if I want to live in the Blossom Forest. or if I want to live somewhere else. I'm not quite sure just yet. Uh, it's a little
Watching me play Minecraft, and they were literally like staring me down and batting the screen
Mm.
while I talked. So I've
Scary.
now got the nickname of Catman.
Good job.
Oh,
Oh,
Rainy,
this cave
both
gets
of the crows in
large.
front of the furnace were yours, right?
Oh, yeah, because I don't have any crows. That is a
So
huge lava pit.
they've flown the nest.
Oh, that's sad.
See ya.
There's a lot of lava down here.
So let's drop this stuff off in the chest. I don't need any of this on. I also don't know why I'm keeping this stuff on me. I don't know that. We need yeah, I might branch off. I don't know what Rainy's plan is. I extended the invitation for Rainy to live with me, but I don't know if that's still gonna happen. If that's like still the case, no idea. So, I'm gonna take one. Um, I- nice. Okay, is there any other? Ooh, sorry. Ooh, let's make the wooden axes. Oh, and the shovel. Get those. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Let's make all the basic wooden stuff just so we can get this shit from, you know? Chop down. Just any tree. It doesn't really matter. Oh, okay. So everybody works. So what they're just talking about in chat is this quest, the gates quest. We lower each of the gates as like a community thing. Everybody together is to get 578 iron blocks, 128 guster eyes, and 256 magical clay to be able to unlock this first gate. I think there's more after this gate, if I remember correctly. I popped in a little late, whoopsies. Um, ooh, nice. I love tree decay. But yeah, so we will definitely be working toward that as well. Sword, shovel. We don't need literally any of this, but ooh, we got some apples from it, got some dirt. Beautiful. I don't click to view recipes. Ah, ooh, okay. Interesting. Carpenter. Okay, sorry, I'm delving deeper than I meant to. Alright. Stuff away. Take 2 sticks with us. Crafting table with us. I'm probably, I don't know why I have the crossbow with me. I doubt I'm gonna use it. It's fine. I'm also not gonna go deep into that dungeon. That's what I'm assuming it is. I'm not going deep into the dungeon. I just want the iron and the stuff from this. It. Kill a Ferris Rotnot. Admittedly, I don't know what the majority of the mobs that we're gonna encounter are. I looked a little bit before before stream started, before we all got together for stuff, and yeah, I have no idea what majority of this is. It's giving very like dungeons, mystical, like D&D type vibes without strictly being D&D. It's cool. Okay. That down. Our stone pick. Ooh, nice. And that gives us enough stone for other upgrades. Upgrades, people, upgrade. I don't know what I want to make my house out of. Sorry, that's something that's been on my mind since I saw the. Let me look up. Yeah, there weren't that many like great options. I liked the rosewood planks if we can find those. And then there's the spring planks that are from that tree that we passed by. I like that comp. Also, I feel like the seasonal planks are like a lot. I kind of like the autumn planks though. I don't know. Ooh, that's sexy. That is really sexy. The Grimwood with like autumn planks or with You're a crow. Is there a crow trapped down here? But yeah. There's definitely a crow down. Oh, I was like, no fucking way did they get to the nether already. No goddamn way. They didn't. It's just silly. Oh. Ooh, these are some good. I don't know how to. They were talking about Oh, it's a baby. Hi, baby. It's a baby trapped down here. Oh, baby. You guys, we're keeping this quiet. Okay, we're gonna go back. We're gonna get that. We're not gonna say a. I trust these people, but like I want that for myself. Selfish. What can I say? Okay, I'm also gonna get those pumpkin seeds in the hopes of getting that baby. Although I swear I don't think you can tame crows. Because I feel like I tried to before and it just didn't work out. Let's smelt this stuff as quick as possible. I wanna get that diamond. Find an illager windmill. Ooh. Befriend a kobold and have soft tacos later. That's so cute! Oh, interesting. Oh. Ooh, we can make some sick ass weapons. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, okay. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Fuck. We have a stick here. Stick. That give us nice. Okay. I need another piece of coal. Like I said, what can I say? I'm a green gremlin. We're gonna go back down there. We're gonna get those diamonds. And that'll be, I think, it for our exploration for tonight. I really don't want to go deep in there. We're not ready whatsoever. Okay. I'm gonna I might move out tomorrow. It feels very quick, but like they're off mining and stuff. My priority is always a house. That's like the first thing I always want done. Just so I again can have somewhere. Oh, I didn't bring the seeds. Whatever. I don't have a stable home for him to go. Yeah, I'm always about making a house so that you have a place to put your shit, you know? But that's just achieve flight on day 1. How? Oh, I didn't even look up how you make the thing. There's a get the... I'm gonna astound everybody. Wild. I'm trying to get as much iron as I can. Ooh, what is that? Ooh, what? Oh, Source Gem. Source Gem. Cool. Okay. Get that back. That is very close by. Anyway. Oh, there you are. Hello. I don't have seeds for you, buddy. But if I get a chance, I'll get some, okay? I'll try to get some now and come back. I don't really want to go back in there. These are also special arrows, I noticed. Oh, they're not special. Not bad. Ooh, someone's AppDap's got... Okay. 816. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go looking for a house, for a place to make a house. Like, I don't know. Just don't really want to stay here. I think it's just I'm ready to leave. I'm ready to go on my own, you know? Uh, okay, we have enough iron. So we should be able to make it out of our stuff. Oh, Path of the Mage. Oh, we can go to any of them. Okay. What did it just give me? Source bucket. Use. Doesn't give me a use, that's fine. So, okay. So we can still do the Path of the Mage stuff. We just don't get the starter equipment from that path. Right? I think. I haven't... Oh, this is gonna be a tough path for sure. Heavenly Fleet. The Heavenly Legion hosts a fleet of ships that rise high to the sky and make incredible riches. Ooh, there's space pirates. Or, not, or sky pirates. Skeleton dungeon, small dungeon. Stay. I don't know where I just was, but that doesn't interest. I've completed a little bit of every other quest thing. But not my own. Ooh, Goblin King Slayer option. Ooh, okay, cool. That's cool. It's cool. I'll admit it. Anyway, Do I wanna look at chest? Just see what the options. Oh, I remember seeing this. I don't know what will be get. And crystal. Reefer. Oh yeah, that's the Reaper spores? Whoa. Interesting. I'm gonna keep the helmet. Or well, two arm. The same thing, but one gives you mana boost. Assuming this will stop working. I have no idea. Look at them. I want to see. Ooh, that temporary waypoint. I'm gonna go check that out. That's cool as fuck. I don't know what it is, but I don't know. I I started with them just because it was daunting being in doing it, doing everything on my own. But like, I'm already kind of ready to branch off. So holy fuck! Oh, it's a dolphin. I was like, why the hell am I going so fast? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm already ready to do my thing and not be buddied up with somebody. I might move sooner rather than later. Check out what this is. Oh, he's on his back. Hello. Oh, Sylph. Yeah, bye. Is this... What is this? Is this a bad? Or is this like a good? Or... Spider. Obtain the spider neck. Okay. Good to know. I'm not gonna go to... Not until I'm ready, right? Well, I loaded in more. Ooh, there's something up there. Ooh, sorry. There's so many things. Back this. I want to check out what that building is. And I want to check out Eternal Fall, whatever that is. Sorry, I got spooked. I'm so sorry. Yak, I am so sorry. I have to do this now. I didn't mean to. I saw the pop-up up top and I got scared. I am so sorry for what. Gravel treasure. Hold on. Let's make a shovel quick. I have a shovel. Just not with me currently. I left literally everything. Think. I can't tell if Panda's joking or not. Is that actually how you get into the Nether, or is that a big bad type situation? Ooh, ooh. That's sick. That is really cool. Okay. So I've already found the Goblin King. Goblin. Gonna make that dark. Good to know. Unless, no, that's something else. There's something else over there, and then I want to check out Eternal Fall. There's so many things! I'm getting stressed. I'm also really loving the speed boost from fucking boost. Great. Ooh. This. This supposed to be like a downed tree? It is. It's supposed to be like a downed tree. That's cool. Okay. This is Eternal Falls. Oh, the autumn pixies. Ah! Oh, it's a one-way trip. That's fun. Okay, good to know. So I'm gonna head back. I kind of want to live around here, but I don't know where. I might pick one of the areas with the water bit. I don't know. Are we allowed to use the goddess statues to up our hearts? Ooh, they found a goddess statue? That's cool. Okay, let's head back. I'm gonna temper. Actually, edit waypoint. Enabled, and let's make this Evoker Castle. Or Evoker Fort. There. I really do like this. I like the dark. I might use the dark oak with jungle leaves. I was gonna break the leaves in the hopes of getting spit on. Okay. Anyway, let's head back. That's really cute. Can I take that? Or is it? Oh, it breaks. I wanted to take it. I wanted to put my little chicken egg in it. I'm definitely living in the Blossom Forest, I think. Just because of the pandas, and it's really cute with all the flowers. It's just adorable. I just don't know where yet. I will say, these boots make it so much easier to get from point A to point B. Like, the speed boost really is saving my ass. I would probably take the majority of the day just to get around. Ooh, okay, so we have one of the Ars Novu Archwood trees. Oh, we did a flip! I think. It looked like he more likely just, like, hopped up.
Aw.
Hello.
Would you like a full set of iron armor? I have a stack and a half of iron.
I found
I also-
things.
You found things?
I
What'd you
found
find?
I found the Goblin King.
Yo?
Ooh.
And
Slay.
there's a castle
yes,
over
yeah.
that way. Yeah, Evoker Castle. Or like a fort.
Ooh.
Yeah. And then there's an Eternal Fall biome. It's just like the autumn forest with the autumn fairies.
Yo!
Ooh, wait. Oh, I see something else. Sorry, I gotta go. I've just been exploring. I went a little bit into that dungeon thing that's
Silver.
kind of close to where we're camped out. That's where I found the
Yeah.
diamonds.
The diamonds? Oh,
Ooh,
look at that. All our
tomatillo!
crops. We got all these crops.
Tomatillo.
Strawberries!
Bigger berries.
Berries.
I realized I probably should have made a shield.
Yeah, I'm just realizing that.
Shields are pretty nifty, if I do
Mhm.
say so myself.
Another spring tree.
I'm running.
Have to be him.
I
I
regret
say
my
you
choice.
let me
Goodbye.
down.
What? Where did these cherries come from?
1, 2, 1, 2.
There were 2 cherries just laying on the ground. Oh, more. Wait. Yeah, I don't know. I thought I knew.
Woo, time for a auto composter, because I have enough disposable iron for that.
Oh yeah, Goblin King. Goblin.
Go Bagoon. I
Goblin.
didn't get close because scary, but yeah. Force an illager
Oh.
general to spawn. Reinforcements in an illager
Chopper
fort.
raid! Chopper raid! Hold on, I'll be right back.
I'm,
Ooh, ow, that hurts.
What are you at the Goblin King?
Yeah, I'm just checking it out. Snooping. Oh! Run away from running away from running away. I think I found that tonal full biome.
Yeah, it's nothing like special, but kind of cool.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Got a
Well, I found a
maple
jack-o'-lantern.
crest.
Yoink.
2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Don't giggle at me, silly little fairy. Also, you're
What?
very far away from your biome.
I Champa.
I can't pick them up. This is so sad.
Let's do this.
Is there
and
anything
then
we can
this.
do with the fairies? Do we know?
I don't know.
I have
What I-
zero idea.
What's a guys? I found the most adorable guy.
Oh, what'd you find?
He's a shroomling, and he sneezes, and he's
Oh,
I
oh,
can't pick him up.
Oh,
no!
I didn't even try to pick up the fairies. I want to pick up a fairy.
Yes, thank you for choosing me for
Hi.
the raid.
He's
Thank you
waving
for
at me. That's
Thank you
oh
for
my god, so
trusting me
great.
with your community. And I really hope Stardew was good because I had to leave early because of.
Right. Okay. Let's head back to camp. We're gonna make a shield. I want to go back down into that dungeon mine thing. They really just let it happen for the most part. Like, he didn't really put too much of a fight up. Okay. Good to know that are good for you know. They're just like, oh wait, duh, diamond nugget. Yeah, okay. Yep. I don't know why I didn't connect the dots that it was just like a regular nugget. I'm a little silly. Hi, you're cute. I love you. Hello. Ah, okay, let's get out of here. Cantaloupe. Oh, I have cantaloupe, don't I? I do. Ooh, ice cubed. Found diamonds as well. Jesus, the lag. Percy was fucking flying for a minute there. Okie dokie. Let's make shield. Shovel away. You make an iron saber. Or, well, no, yeah, we can, right? I have something. No, I don't. It's fine. Oh. Do I have a book? I don't have a book. I need a I need the cows. Okay, okay. I know what to do now. So that's something. uh let's I need to figure out where I'm gonna let's Yeah, I think I want to live somewhere in here, but I just don't know where. I also don't really like that I would have neighbors, but because again, I'm me and I'm competitive. I don't try to, I don't like to be. Maybe near one of the little ponds, so we can make our house and then put like lily pads and stuff in the ponds once we find them. All right, let's smelt that stuff. What was it? Ooh, there's like cooler fields than the basic one. I'll just use the basic one for now, I guess. Iron Battle Hammer. Enhanced knockback, nauseous blow. It's 9 of those. How do you make a handle? Okay. Well, seems like I need leather for everything. So I'm gonna have to kill one of these cows. Luckily, there are a fair amount of them. So I'm also gonna take this. Wow, cool. Puppies. Yeah, I think there were some cows near us and further away. If they didn't leave. Which they might have. Where'd the cows go? So many of them. Oh, I see him. I see him. I see him. Okay. I don't know what you are, but I'm going past you to get these cows. Are you a spring fairy? Or a spring pig? Oh, did I hit the pixie? I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Come back, please, so I can pick you up, baby. You come back? Yeah, come back down. I didn't mean to hurt you. Okay, note to self, you cannot, in fact, pick up a pixie. To know. Yeah, new hat. How do I put on the hats? Do we know? H? Is H. Okay. Bad time for it, but it's fine. I also only got one leather. It's fine. I won't get the thing. Get the Okay, so let's make an iron battle hammer. Foes get knocked back for their waveflicks not one hit unless foes helmet. 9 attack damage. Slow attack speed, but ooh, okay. Oh, we have paper. Good to know. We have paper, we just don't have the others. This is a good thing I got. Not overwhelming, but it's nice. It's also definitely slow to take out. Oh, that's gonna. Yeah, okay. Good to know. Shield, shield, shield. That's gonna be rough. Part of me wants to keep exploring so I can, like, get away. Just try to find a different place to live. I don't know. I gotta figure out where I'm gonna live so I can start building. Plop down some. Obtain the horse flute. That's funny. Ooh, there's heavy crossbows, scythes, boomerang, battle axe. Oh, there's cows chilling in there. Okay, let me. I don't know if they can breed again. I don't remember when the last time it was. Oh, I fell in. I want to kill the one with bread on his head. Hat. Which hat do I want? Ooh, universe pumpkin. Rare! Let's do it. Yeah, let's wear this one. Let's see if Percy gets spooked. They turn I did almost get them. Okay, let's put this back on. Let's see. Worth 40 humorously acronymed tokens. There we go. Now I have my universe pumpkin. It's almost I want to kill the perfect. I got the hat and I got and I got leather. Okay. So what did I need? It was literally just a book. And then where did my there it is. Oh, I was like, ah. Okay. Mage, let's get that one. Ooh. Okay, pewter blend. Cool. Grapes. Need grapes. What do you use this for? Pewter ingot, but you can make pewter inlay or a crucible. Brazier. Necrotic focus. Pewter block. Apothecary stand. Magic workbench. In the magic workbench, you can make the bone chill wand. What's up?
Hi.
Hello.
Rainy left us, so I didn't want to be lonely.
What's this? Oh, more cherries.
Yeah, cause I'm clearing out the wood, the trees and stuff.
I'm gonna go pick a place to live.
Ah,
Let's see.
I'm gonna find a spot to live too, but right now we're just chilling.
It's a cockroach.
It's a roach. It's a roach.
Yeah, I kept bouncing back and forth between wanting to. Oh, there's another spot. Oh, okay. Anyway, I kept bouncing back and forth between wanting to make my house and wanting to go into the like dungeon, and I've decided that what right now.
Yeah,
Holy.
especially with like all the creatures, I'm probably gonna like make my house soon. I'm just getting the wood. The pretty wood.
Are you living right there?
No, I'm just getting wood. I'm probably gonna make like a few backpacks and trek around for a bit and see if I can find something. Just don't forget to take from like the little farm I made. Because it has a bunch of crops.
Fuck
There's
off.
a lot of cherries. Good grief.
Nothing.
Okay. Let's see.
Keep an eye out for fancy looking sand. It gives you
Fancy looking sand?
yeah. It gives you like nuggets. It looks like it's got gold in it. It can give you gold nuggets, iron nuggets. I got I think emerald nuggets and it's from one.
Noted. Okay, let me put all of my. Let me clear out these chests. I think I will die. Okay, here we go. Let's get all this. And more wish I tried, more wish I tried. Oh, what's this? The consequences of my actions now. What's this? The consequences of my actions now. Okay. Are we gonna be able to fit everything in? Okay, I don't need those. I can get that. Let's get this. Okay. Oh, I'm probably gonna just barely have enough chest space for my stuff. Guys, it's a Guinness record. Wow, they already got Centennial. Oh my goodness. Painfully punctual. I'm starting to get bored. Okay. The same.
Okay, sorry. I was looking up because I read something about or I heard something about that you could tame a sylph. And I just read how and the benefits of it. So, that'll probably happen. Are those koi fish? Oh my god, there's koi! Can I pick you up? I know it's kind of silly, but can I, like, pick you up? No? Okay, that's fine. It's koi fish. Oh, god. Hey! This is not the mod pack I told you about. This is a server I joined, called Century SMP. They changed the, like, premise every century. This one is quests, so it's got like a bunch of ooh, broccoli. Not that I like broccoli, but like I want to bake with broccoli, cook with broccoli. Um, you like complete all these quests with all this fantasy stuff involved. Ooh, autumn fairy or autumn pixie. So this is pretty cool. This has definitely got some of the same mods though. For sure. Because Ars Novu, which I was actually thinking about a little bit because I want to tame a sylph. Ars Novu has the sylphs. Yeah, whitelist. This has been like a preparation thing. I applied and the guy that just joined the game actually, Zombie, is the host. Um, and the server's only open for 100 days starting today. Oh, I want to take the koi with me. I need a sorry. I'm getting like cute aggression, but also aggression because I can't take them with me right here this second. I'm gonna set a temporary waypoint so that I know that the koi are here. And keep looking, and hopefully they'll be- don't giggle at me. Hopefully they'll be there when I get back. Game crashes, maybe not stream. That's very fair. Okay. But yeah, this mod pack has some of the same mods like Ars Novu with all the magical stuff. I don't remember what other mods. It's got Applied Energistics 2. This one doesn't have that, but Applied Energistics gives you like storage stuff, which this one also has. This is a different storage thing. Someone cooked here. It's a really fun concept. I can't wait to see it play out. Yeah, it should be pretty cool. Um oh. Just like this? Okay, duly noted. Am I gonna die if I go in there? What is that? Do I try? Do I try? I'm terrified. I'm doing pretty good, but I'm not doing good enough that I would be confident in coming in here. Hold on, I want to change my hat. Yeah, put the toast on. Send it? Yeah. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Um, gonna body first. I'm about to possibly make an oopsie if it happens. Whoopsie? Okay. I'm the shoulder devil, just so we're all in sync. Good to know, good to know. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. On. Elaborate? Looter dungeon. Puzzle master? Uh-oh. Okay. Buried secrets. Find a mysterious minigame dungeon. Oh. Let's play the game. Click on the center block. Okay. You just need to repeat the colors. Okay. Red. I can do this. Red, red, white. Okay. Red, red, white, white. I'm gonna say these out loud just because I'm gonna forget otherwise. Red, red, white, white. Okay. Oh, and is blue. Red, red, white, white, red, yellow. Yeah, thank you, thank you. All right. Red, red, white, white, red, yellow. Structure seems to acknowledge your efforts. Red, red, white, white. What's that mean? Red, yellow, yellow. Okay. Red, red, white, white, red, yellow, yellow. Red. No, red, yellow, yellow. Lime? I think it is. Red, white, red. This is not what I expected when I came in here. I expected to get my ass beat, if I'm being honest. Red, white, red, yellow, yellow, lime, yellow. Red, red, white, white, red, yellow, yellow, lime, yellow. Red, red, white, red, yellow, yellow, lime, yellow. Do I get more chances? Do I get more chances, or did I fuck it up? Am I okay? Need to repeat that. Okay, so it just starts over. Jesus. It is like a numpad sequence. See, my brain stops once I get to like a certain number. I'm good with like I'm good with like numbers. Like per sequence. I had to take a second. Math gang. See, it's funny because I am awful at math. Oh, I didn't focus. My bad. But yeah, I'm bad at math, but I can remember numbers pretty well. Dang, Ice Cube's getting all orange. Yellow, orange, orange, white. Yellow, white, yellow. Yellow, orange, white, yellow. White, yellow, yellow, orange, white, yellow, white. Yellow, orange, orange. Uh, Yellow, orange. Okay. I didn't get it right, but it still was like, good job. I love that, actually. I like that it gave me a nice pat on the back for attempting. Of course, I looked away in the last one and didn't pay attention. It is what it is. We'll redeem ourselves next time we find one of these. If it's the same thing, I don't know. It might be different every time. Oh, it's also dark outside. Uh-oh. That was cool. Kind of disappointed that I couldn't finish it because I'm me, but it is what it is. Oh, blackberries! I don't have these yet. Wait, you're not from Minecraft? Get the blackberry quest. I did the what? I like that there's quests for each of the food things because I would be collecting them anyway, so now I'm getting compensation for doing so. But the whiteboards for my memories completely shot. Felt that. Felt that. I was sabotaged from the beginning. I have like a family of people with bad memory, so it was kind of it was sort of a given that I would be the same. Yeah. Why is that like that? Oh, he's got a hat on. I want the hat. He's also by the koi fish, which is a little worrying. Boy of silence? That hat on. Hat. There it is. Boy of silence hat. Okay, we're back to the koi fish. I feel like this is a sign. Should I just live by the koi fish? I feel like the world is telling me yes. And I'm not close to the evoker for it. Hello. Ooh, and there's a little there's a pond. I can put the koi fish in the pond. Ooh. There's lava somewhere. I kind of want to dig into this hill and make a house in. Oh, I am kind of close to Poker Fort. I can literally see it through the trees. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think I'm gonna live here. It's cute. I don't know where the lava is that I'm hearing, but it's fine. Oh my god. Oh my god! There are so many! Also, what does that koi fish have? Does that koi fish have a diamond nugget? Where'd it go? Oh my god, they're koi fish with hats. I feel so bad. I'm so sorry. Oh, he's got a. Oh! I don't know where he went. There he is. Oh, I feel so bad. I killed some koi. Oh my god, wait, ooh, I have an idea. I could get koi fish, have them all in here, and name each and every one of them. But don't. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, I can name the koi fish as I get them. Name them after you guys. Centennial. Open 100 instants per play. Jesus, 100 panda! Holy shit. That's insane. Someone else found some. You're my friend now. We're having soft tacos later. Sugar peas! Thank you for the follow, Rustic Walk. Very much appreciated. Welcome to the crew. How you doing? Let's go a decent way. Three, four, do an even.
Simply delicious.
Thank you for the get a snack. Let me go grab someone in a second. Yo, what's up, twat? Not much. How about you? Alright. So we have a base. Kinda. It's a hole, but it'll become a base. I'm gonna finish digging this out. And then I'll grab a snack and we'll head over to get our stuff and start moving back in over here. Separate ourselves. I think I'm also going to leave. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the VC with Percy. I might hop in VCs as things happen, but we'll see. Doing incredible. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Tunnel trick. Open your first instance per player. Oh, minecart. Ooh, very cool. Once we move in here, once we just get our shit over here, I think I want to go back over to the... Oh, someone got the eye. Perfect. Awesome. We're already on our way. In case you're just coming in now and you're confused. Oh my gosh, you get serenity by living by the koi. That's fucking cute as hell. Anyway, this is the quest century on the Century SMP. The server only lasts for 100 days, and then after that, it's kaput. Each century has its own, like, quirk to it. Ours is quests, so we have a bunch of quests that we complete. There's a bunch of there is a gate at spawn that we, as a whole, as a community, have to work toward unlocking by getting 578 iron blocks, 128 guster eyes, which is what I'm assuming they just found is a guster eye. and then 256 magical clay. We don't know what's on the other side of the gates. I think there's like big prizes or something. But yeah, there's supposed to be like the community working toward those goals, and then we have our own quests as well. Each of us chose or is choosing a specialization. It's spelled wrong in the quest book. But these are, well, okay, I guess it's not like spelled horribly. This is spelled wrong. Yes. I knew it was somewhere. I chose adventure. It gives you like beginner stuff, and then you get to choose. I'm adventure, so I have all these different quests that are specific to my specialization. But I can still complete the other ones. I just don't get the starter stuff from the other ones. Um, like I can't take any of these rewards. I can't take any of the so on and so forth. But you can still complete stuff. Oh, we have slash set home. Oh wait, obtain the spatial. Oh my gosh, guys, you have Yggdrasil? That's so cool. Okay, sorry, I'm like freaking out every time I see some of the um other enchantments popping up. I'm like, ooh, what is that? Because I have no idea what the majority of the mods in this mod pack are. They released the mod pack to us yesterday, and I was busy yesterday, so I installed it earlier today, not long before the server opened. So I'm a little bit behind. I mean, I opened a single player world just to make sure everything was, working fine, but I didn't actually get to check anything out. So this is a lot of new shit for me. Other than the stuff in a couple of the mods, like Ars Novu. Um, but yeah, a lot of this stuff is pretty new to me. I haven't played any of these, or the majority of these mods that they've got, which is cool. Do I have a different hat that I kind of want? Ooh. Ooh, the Skyrim hat is epic. Cool. I kind of want to go back to my zombie villager mask. Just because I feel like it. Because I want to. I'll make this all, like, nicer later, but for now, it is what it is. I'll probably make it like a hobbit hole type situation with the door right there. Looking all nice, but later things. Not too worried about that for now. I just want to have this place as my own, claim it, be like, hey, I'm here, this is mine, so that other people don't take. I'm a territorial bitch, what can I say? Probably, I was gonna say I'll probably raise the ceiling later on, but if it's gonna be like a hobbit hole, it should be kind of low. So I'll keep it at 3, and we'll head over to get our stuff. Okay. Take out my backpack. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use my backpack as a chest. Just leave all this stuff here. I'll stack whatever I can once we get back to the base, but for now this is okie dokie. Let's head out. I'm just gonna throw down a couple more torches to put. Look at how many fucking koi are in that pond right now. Like, it's insane. Welcome back. And I have committed an absolute atrocity against technology. Oh geez, what'd you do? Good points. But yeah, I might start naming the koi after followers, so feel free to follow to get your name put on a koi fish in my little pond. Hey, your panda, hello? Ah! I fucking love you so much. Oh, I'm taking you, and I'm putting you near my house. Ooh, someone else found the underground nether portal. I'll send a photo on Discord. Bet. Okay. Just a little sapling. And a fey tree sapling. Ooh. Adzuki sprouts. Sure. Use. Uses. Magic. Why are you mad? Oh. Rainy. Rainy. What for? Why you do that? Okay, well, they do what they're doing. I'm gonna take whatever these are, because I can make fucking magic beans. We could be all Jack and the Beanstalk in this shit. Okay, the dirt's not special, so I'm leaving the dirt. Also, that bear kind of scares me, so let's get out of here. That's cool as shit, though. Oh! Thanks. That'll make things a lot easier. Photo plus explanation sent. Awesome. Alright, let me get over to the waypoint. I'll get my snack that was redeemed. And look at the... I think we still have brownies. I might get some brownies. Hello. Can I have you? Oh my god! Oh, sorry. I just completely forgot that I have a child over here. How could I forget David? David! David, are you still over here, buddy? Oh, someone passed through here. Cough, cough. A whale. Take all the whale stuff. I think I saw David. I think we're okay. Yeah, David's still in there. Okay, good, 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 good. I got scared that David was gone. If you forgot it. David is very important to me. I'm just not used to being a parent, okay? It doesn't mean anything. David, I'm so sorry, buddy. Hi, bud. Hi. Let's get you out of this boat. Yeah, you've been in this boat for a while now, huh? I forgot about you. Listen, I didn't mean to, okay? Come on. No, don't be mad at me. Don't be mad. No, buddy. Bud. Can I not pick it? Oh, there we go. Okay, I got him. I got David. We're okay. All's good. Okay. Yeah, this is David. David is a duck who's wearing a hat that's terrifying. But it is what it is. David's just like that, you know? David's just a man doing man things. Cool people. David, no, David. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to put him down for a second while I grab stuff. Anything I can, like, stack isn't a lot. David? Careful. No, I would never put David down. I didn't mean it like that. I don't like this propaganda you're spreading right now. You're making me out to be a horrific parent. David, please. You're not helping. Can I pick him up even if I have a shield on? Like it's messing up. Okay. We're gonna have to make some trips. No! That's not what I meant. Come on, Dave. Oh, did I make a waypoint for our house? I did not, but I think I can see it. Maybe. Well, I made a waypoint for the... Oh, it's over here. Somewhere over there. I made a waypoint by the court. I know where I'm going. Someone clip it. I don't know how. Listen, that's not what I meant, okay? David means the world to me. I even gave him a normal name so he'd have normal expectations, even though I know he's gonna do great things. Oh, yeah. I keep saying that I'm gonna get a snack after I do this or whatever. I'm gonna get a snack once I get to this house, and I know that David is safe, okay? I promise. Just a brownie. I just gotta go downstairs. Yeah, I just gotta go downstairs and get it. Let's not jump into the ravine. I don't know where it ends. Jennifer don't. Jennifer dumped me. Speaking of Jennifer, I've been obsessed with a lot of songs by this specific artist. Oh, I can't I can't tab out with David in my hands. Shit. I'll have to start playing their songs. Hold on. Let's get over here. I have to place David on the ground. I'm not putting David down. Okay? This song. I've been liking a lot of the Dutch Melrose songs lately. This one is also cool because it has platinum in it, and I love platinum. Platinum's sick. David! Get over here. Ever since he got this hat, he's been more of a nuisance. He's been more of a troublemaker. Oh, I can't see. Here, let's do it. There we go. This helps. I should have done this to begin with, but it is what it is. My brain is just a little too small to comprehend thoughts such as this. Oh, there we are. Okay, cool. I'll make a waypoint over here for the house. Wait. Oh, Pixie. I'm not, like, obsessed with this song. There's one other one I'll show you guys that I'm actually really, really a big enjoyer of. There we go. You're free, David. Did I bring any blocks with me that I could, like, block up the entrance with? I did. Cool. Okay. I didn't bring any chests with me, I don't think, either, so that's a little bit of a whoopsie on my part. Okay. David, stay right here. I'm gonna empty out my inventory in a chest so that I can just immediately get going again when I get back from my snack. David, no. David would never run from me. Okay, he loves me. You're putting foul thoughts in his head and I don't appreciate it. Oh, the furniture. I forgot about that. Okay. So that emptied my inventory at least. So that's something. Oh, and I can put the waypoint or the waystone outside. Why are you looking me up and down like that? I did not teach you to be this rude. See, look what you've done. You told David to run, and now he's trying to leave. I don't appreciate it. Put the waystone here. Caps place. Caps koi. Caps koi pond. I like the alliteration. It is not David's prison. It is his home. How dare you? Let's put David back inside. Because he's safe, not because he's a prisoner. Thank you very much. Oh, I can get the carpet if I... Okay, cool. Good to know. I thought they just broke if you tried to pick them up. Excuse me, Louis Capaldi. You are not either Platinum or Dutch Melrose. You are not supposed to be here. This is the song I was talking about before. David? David! God. What's up, David? What are you doing? David? Oh, that's okay. I'm gonna make a fence so that you can chill in the koi pond with the koi fish and I don't have to worry about you running off. How does that sound? Does that sound pretty good? Does that sound like you're not a prisoner, David? Six of one. Okay. We're gonna stand right here. Never tell me you can fly. I would never clip David's wings, okay? Stop painting me out to be this horrific person. I would never. David can fly whenever he wants to. He just chooses not to. Alright? He loves me that much. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a brownie or two, and then we'll continue on this moving trip with David safely in the house. Okay. I'm back. I got my brownie. I'm not painting anything. I'm merely shining a light. No, you're not. You liar. You're spreading propaganda, and I don't appreciate it. You gave me a duck egg through the wall. Thank you, David. Okay. I am hopefully back. The server and my internet went kaput for a second. Makes sense. Okay. You call him your child, yet you steal his children without second thought? Unsurprising. Excuse me, he gave it to me, okay? It was a present, and I appreciate it dearly. No, I know exactly what's happening now. I still have to talk to them about it. Our Wi-Fi just, like, goes kaput repeatedly after 7 at random times. It'll, like, and it's usually out for, like, a half hour. I'm usually exempt from it because I have the Ethernet, but something's happening. Hopefully we're okay this time. Do I want to keep listening to Painted Black? I don't know that I do. I don't think that's the vibe I'm in right now. Hold on. I'm gonna listen to Sleepless one more time because I didn't hear all of it. Not because I'm obsessed. I like this area too because like this whole biome has so much more Zuki sprouts. Oh, this is the area. Okay, anyway. Um but I like it because that whole area has quite a few like little areas you can mine. And I like to actually have a mine and not a strip mine. Even though strip mines are decent, I don't know. I like going into like a regular mine. Okay. See, look, I have other eggs from David, alright? I'm not stealing them. He's gifting them to me. This does not count as an axe, but I don't care. Alright. I think this is our house right here. I have to make a permanent waypoint. Wow. End of the labyrinth. Defeat the goblin. Oh, shit! Well, we have the Goblin King over there. Can I defeat him also, maybe, possibly? Or is it the same Goblin King? I doubt it, because they have different things, right? I don't know. I know that there's like a... It's happening 3 times? It never does that. What is going on tonight? This is so weird. I'll have to look into that after stream. That's insane. Eh. That is so weird. I'm so confused. It never does this. It's a good thing I'm almost finished. Like, I wasn't planning on being on too much longer. Shit. Are we good? Okay. Yeah, it's gotta need a restart or something. It literally never is this bad. I don't know what is happening. Sorry about this, guys. Half a flight? Ooh. Okay, we're back home. Hi, David. Hi, buddy. Hi. I missed you, bud. You missed me. That's so crazy. So weird. Uh-oh. I was like, no, not again. Cool. Hi, David. Huh. Oh, Minesweeper. Oh, wow. Okay, so it's literally like different games every time you play. What's up, David? How you doing? Hmm. Oh, wait. I forgot. Oh my god. You guys are gonna love this. Or I think you will. I need a axe. Um, I was thinking about the fact that we need a door. I was like, where do I go from here? Boom. Door. Anyway. Um, where's my iron? I'm okay. I should definitely have iron, but I don't. Anyway, there are trees scattered around that make the most fucking beautiful doors. So, we're gonna get some wood from one of them. One of them is right over here, I think. No, it's not. That's the archwood, isn't it? That archwood? Yeah. I think that over there might be it. The green off in this one. I think. At the very least, I know that there's one this direction. Pretty sure. So, go back this. I also want to double check that I didn't leave anything behind because I swear I had iron. I had more iron. Where the fuck did it go? This tree, this tree, this tree. These. The spring fay trees. Spring fay logs. I just need enough for doors. Smoke on the water. Find an undead pirate ship. Cool. I want to go exploring more once we have our house set. Excuse me. That should be enough. I'm not a huge fan of the planks themselves. It's a really vibrant green that they turn out to be, but... Ooh, I have to check more of the trees. Good to know that there's avocados. I always forget that avocados are a tree. Tree, not bush. Or like out of the ground or something. I guess it makes sense, but also I can't fully picture a lot of plants growing from, so that's a me problem, not a tree problem. Oofa. Okay, I'm gonna have to follow this beach because I went the complete wrong direction. What'd we get? Jellyfish necklace. Regeneration. Ooh, this is a big boy. This is a biggin. That's hot as shit. 200% health regeneration underwater, 25% magic damage resistance, 20% swimming speed. Pushes wearer in the direction of sight if he is underwater. It's cool. It's cool as shit. What are these? Runes of earth, runes of sun, runes of luck. Shockwave. Creates a shockwave when taking fall damage that damages nearby entities. Spirit. Ooh. Spirit orb. Shit. Okay. Let's keep going. He's killing things. Look at him. Look at him go. Oh, there's two of them. They're killing things. My bad. Whale gang. I almost combined those words, and you should not combine those words, because then it becomes wang. Whoops. Oh, wait. Fuck, I always find... Now it's just getting annoying, because I don't know why it's happening. This is the first time in a long time I've disconnected even once, let alone, what, 5 times now? I did hold left button. I'm very confused. At least we have waypoint. Or not waystone. Oh, Wangale. Okay, I don't know if there were any waypoints over here. I know there's waypoints over at spawn. Head back over there. You guys didn't even get to see spawn, I don't think. Show you guys. What's this say? May the lanterns light your path. Oh, it's doing this again. It was doing this earlier. Turkey? I'm calling OSHA. Oh. He's got a hat! The turkey has a hat! What hat you got, bud? Can I have that hat? I'd like that hat. Hi, Bobby. Hi, handsome. Ow! Ow! I got distracted by my cat. I'm so sorry. I just want your hat. Okay, come here. Come here. No, you can't have the bowl. Get comfy. Autumn crocus. Cool. I have no idea if that hat was even worth killing a whole ass bird over it. Oh, it was definitely worth it. Now I have a top hat, and that actually fits my skin really well. Now I'm a gentleman. David, watch closely as your father beats him to death for a hat. Only the once, or several times that it's happened, okay? I'm not a murderer. Yeah, that's your desk. I'm gonna reload and hope that that helps with the blocks. What is... Single piece of hair just chilling in my eye line. Hanging on by a thread. Can you relax, please, sir? Can you lay down? Or is that, like, not in your vocabulary? Okay. You do you. Gentleman, says the violent man. I am a gentleman. I also don't know. I thought there was a waypoint. Is there not? Oh. This is what he was talking about. The quest barrier. Is that the end portal? I don't know what that is. Theft is beft. So apparently each of... Oh, these are different. Okay, so each of these I think are gates. We have to... This is the one we have to unlock. See the eye thing, the clay, and then the iron blocks. We have to pile those together to unlock this gate. I thought it was like a layer thing. Like there were more gates over there, but maybe it's just we have to unlock each of these. Because this one's blocked off. Yeah, this one's blocked off and it's got a teleporter pad. That one's blocked off, and this one, I'm assuming is blocked off. It's kind of blocked. So is everyone on there streaming? I don't know that everyone is. I know I am, and I think some others are. The other people I was with, I think both were. I'm not 100% sure about Rainy. Rainy might have been. I know Zombie, the owner, is. Ooh. Eves. Yeah, I don't know for sure if everyone is. I am also not sure if it's a requirement. I just think it's a really cool concept, so I was like, hell, why not? I think it might have been a requirement though. But don't quote me on that one. Can you stop making biscuits in my knee? That hurts. Okay, so we'll just have to run, I guess. Which is fine. I just want to get back to my house. How did I die again? Aw, I love you too. Okay, I have no idea what's happening. Oh my god, and it removed my death point. I'm gonna commit genocide. Probably. I'm gonna commit genocide. I don't know who against. Maybe just whoever first crosses my path, and then whatever I deem them to be, whether it's a chicken or a duck, I'll just kill them all. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem correct. What have I done? How did I do this? Presumably by reaching 0 HP. You know, you're probably right, actually. Oh god. How did this happen? How did this happen? What is going on? Oh, oh. I don't know what's going on. Also, all my waypoints are gone. Okay. We're gonna... you know what? I'm gonna go restart the router, even though it's like a couple more minutes before I'm done. Like, I was just gonna get my stuff, go back to the house, and then leave, but you're so relaxed in my lap. For anyone who hasn't met this boy before, by the way, this is Shadow, but I call him Bob, or Bobby, or Bobberson. Huh. He sometimes lays in my lap. Sometimes he'll be laying around my room. If he's laying somewhere in my room that isn't on my lap, I usually put up a shadow cam or a shadow box. Literally just a camera so you guys can see. He's also the most, like, relaxed, pliant cat ever. Like, he would let you do almost anything. Just chill. Alright. Let's go restart the router, buddy. I'll be back. Hopefully. If I'm not back, just assume that the router killed me. It has been restarted. Hopefully all is good. Hopefully. I just want to get my stuff and go home. Okay. Okay. Alright. I think we're good. Also, it's not showing the other death. So I think we're okay. I mean, my stuff will still be there, but I didn't know where the fuck to go. So. Okay, just look. I'm terrified now. Ooh, I want this. I don't know if I'll use it, but I want it. Mine now. Oh god, we crossed ocean, didn't we? I think we did. This is gonna be fun. I'm gonna have to boat. Shit. I'll try to stay on land as long as possible, which isn't gonna be very long in a minute. Hail, gimme. Seriously? Nothing for kale? I see how it is. Why is everything else over here but not kale? What the fuck do you have against kale? Ah, caca. Oranges? Yippee! This one, it looks like it's some ripe peaches up at the top, but I can't get to them. I want your hat, and I also need your wool. I get so many hats. Thank you for the follow. Sweet potatoes. One in Rome. There's catacombs? Oh. I might cry. That is so funny. Are you... That is a... Mr. TB. Mr. B. Oh my god. The combination of yawning so much and holding it back and the hilarity of the shit that I keep seeing is not a good combo. Because then it just means it looks like I'm about to cry. Which I am. But not in that way. Okay, let's make our boat so we can go home. Oh, the mythical Larry. They were talking about Larry in chat earlier, and I don't know who Larry is. I also gotta go say hi to David. Oh, we have a name tag. We can name David. Oh, what a day. What a day. They left the stove on? Oh no. What does that mean? Is Larry dead? Oh, this is where I was. Okay, so I'm right over here. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. Sobs and wails and cries. My body! Yes. Transfer. Okay. We have our stuff. And I have stuff to make a shovel, which is important as well. See if I can get this shit. Ooh, okay. But this one. Nice. Some nugs. Okay. Oop. We're following this beach, right? Yeah, following this beach. I thought I saw a white... Oh, there it is. That's, I'm assuming, one of us. Here we are. Oh, did I break all but one of my chests? It's theirs. Oh, here's the rest of my stuff. Okay, I knew I had more stuff. I knew it. I was like, where the fuck did it go? It turns out I just left it behind like a dumbass. Uh... There's a lot of this stuff I don't need the pants. I have several shovels now. I'm just gonna use the wood stuff. Okay, I'm sorry I littered on someone's bed. Sorry. Okay. The house. Home. There we go. Head home. Panda. 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 Gone bananas. Obtain a banana. We have banana fronds, I think, but okay. Whee! Alright. There's all of our stuff. Let's put down the other chests. Take all of the books. Oh, look at the little squid necklace on us. That's cute as shit. That is so cute. Oh, I had so much XP. That's a little upsetting, but it's fine. My team. Oh, that's cool. You could have a party. That's really cool. There it is. I knew I had another book somewhere. Okay. Let's make a bucket. Thank you, bud. Oh, cool. You can use it as a substitute for regular eggs. You are gonna feed us, buddy. Alright, I'm gonna put some of the koi in our pond. Now that hopefully the Wi-Fi thing is figured out, I might actually stay on longer because I feel like we didn't, but I feel like we lost time. So now I feel the need to compensate. Cool. Now I have some koi fish in my pond. Okay, to circumvent the fact that we do not have a- Actually, wait, I was... The whole reason we left was to get that wood. Where's the wood? Do I not have it? Just forgot to empty my backpack. Whoops. Anyway, I want to show you guys these. I'm gonna commit homicide. Just a thought. Anyway, well, you could see them when I do that. Look at these. Look at these. They're so fucking pretty. We're not putting a door on until I get one of those fucking... Until I get those. I'm gonna make a hole out here and just put him in it for now. And you can put the allegations down, okay? It's temporary. Struggling to pick him up. David. David. David? Oh. David! There we go. It's temporary. Oh, I didn't even check to see if I could pick up a koi without my shield on. Oh my god, you can. Wait. That doesn't seem right. Boy. You can go back. I'm so sorry. Okay. Here's the house. Oh, the nuts. Cool. I don't know which I want. If I want the regular paraglider or that. Can you dye your paraglider, I wonder? Thought. Megan. Okay. Let's see. Cherry planks feel really dark. Where are the other... I really like, rosewood planks. Just a matter of finding them. Ooh, the autumn trees are brighter. Hmm. Hmm. Ooh, the willow and the archwood would probably look good together. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm trying to brainstorm. It's not going great. Let's make a bed. Even though it's gonna be a long time before I dye it. I like cyan beds, so I like things. I like to make. Oh, what do you use these for? Runic infusion. Ooh. Okay, cool. Good to know. I want to see. Can I? They still had a waystone, didn't they? So I can go over to them. Oh my god, we're the only people that have put down waystones? That's insane. That's wild. Ooh, special potion of healing. Just give me steak and potatoes and butcher. I want to see the recipe. Bananas, arrows. I don't have any bananas. I think someone else I was with had bananas. If there's more than one banana, I may steal one. Possible. I have the banana leaves, banana fronds. Thatch. Oh, you can make frond thatch stuff. That's interesting. Okay, let's go over to the cool people house. Or whatever it's called. Cool people place. I don't know. Cool people home. Oh, fuck. It's dried banana. Got quite a few saplings already. I'm not gonna take anything, but if they have a banana, I'll take a banana. Damn, they have a scribe's table. Oh, whoops. I don't want to take that. That's great. Okay. I have, I think, all of this. Yes, they have kiwis, strawberries, blackberries, grapes. I have all. Any bananas in here by chance? Yes, a banana bunch. They give me, can I guess usage? Okay, but can I like can I get a single banana from this by chance somehow? I don't know. I'm gonna keep it anyway. Sorry guys. Just one banana. Hopefully you're not too mad about it. Ooh. Well, I didn't make it. Picked it up. Oh, dude. Eat them. Eat them. Okay. Go and check out the area over here. Where be I'm gonna have to go to that forest and check out the trees in there. I want to try to get a bunch of the trees. All right. Let's get serious. Let's get checked out pretty much everywhere up here, I think. Where the diamonds were. Ooh, that Bay gem block. Lesser Fey gem. Hi, baby. Why is it just a bunch of cobble here? I think we're gonna take the iron from here, and then we're gonna go back to their base and teleport. Because this one is like, the generation is dookie. It just genned in really bad. So I feel like our own trip mine is fine for now. What was that? Why? What for? Why you do that? Out of here. Okay. Back to their base. We'll teleport to we'll teleport over to us, and then we'll look for like a little mine to go into. One of them is a hat. What hat do you have? I think I have that hat, so you get to survive for now. Hi, puppy. Hi, bub. Stuff. Oh. 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 Oh my god, I forgot about the froggy chairs. I want one. I want one. So heavy on my bones when I'm down for that, for that. Oh, it's one of the little guys. Hello. Oh, you're so cute. There's not one in our immediate vicinity. Gonna make a mine here. Oh, more tomato. Thank you, Cash Money Banana, for the follow. Appreciate it.
Oh, that's nice.
You betcha. For the reading. How you doing? Welcome in. AppDap is bleeding. Oh no. I don't know where my cat went. Oh wait, is this a... No, it's not. I was hoping it was like a little mine, but I might go over here. I just gotta get a shovel. Start. Like your texture pack? Not a texture pack. It's a bunch of mods, but thank you. This is Century SMP. Every century lasts 100 days, and each of them have their own like quirks. This one, oh, there you are, Bobby. But each century has its own quirks. So like this one's called Quest Century. So we have a bunch of quests to complete and stuff like that. The previous ones there was like a science one. Um, there was I think a space one maybe. I don't remember. Where did you go? My cat is freaking me out. Anyway, where do I make this? I guess here works. I just don't want it to be too close to the house that it's like intruding on our space. Oh Jesus! Hello. Come here. Come on. Oh, can you lay down, please? I love you. All right, let's get mining. Wow. 100-player instance loot. Jesus! Their group is getting decked out. That's insane. It's cool seeing everybody like completing shit. Getting all these different achievements on the different mods. Explore Jesus! All the dungeons? A chance to play Game of Light. Is that what I did? I don't remember what my game was. That was Bubkiss. Is there like a use for the scoria? Oh shit, source gems. Let's go. Fog. Can these do anything? No. That's fine. They look very similar to the other bricks that you can make. I should mention we're on 1.16, I think. I think it's just because it's what works best with the mods, but I'm not 100%. Make another. I didn't think about this. Go check. Why are you not digging straight? Um, there's a lot of hills and shit around here. I want to get like lower before I honestly I just want to like get to as low as possible and then start branching off with strip mines. Just because this is very hilly area. See, I'm in a little ditch type bit. I don't want to dig straight and be too high up and just keep going in and out of the cave. Okay. Find diamonds at -44. Hat is that? Is that a hat I have? Thought it was. I think it is. Okay. What hat do I even have? Oh, the top hat. You're okay. I just moved my arm a little bit. You're alright. Can you lay down, please? Say hi to my cat, guys. This is Shadow. He's giving you guys some love via the microphone. Oh, and he's out of here. Ow. How long's your average stream? It depends, honestly. Usually when it comes to SMPs like this, the first stream is the longest for me just because I'm trying to get established. I want to say anywhere from like 2 hours if I'm cutting it right when I like to, which is because I start streams at 7 typically, so I like to go from 7 to 9. But anywhere from 2 hours to like 6, which isn't crazy consistent, but it really just depends on what I'm streaming and how I'm feeling like mentally. If I'm streaming with other people, it tends to be a little bit shorter if it's people that kind of drain me a bit more. Nothing against them, but you know, some people are just a little bit more draining because they're more energetic and you have to keep up with them. But since I'm on my own right now, I can kind of go longer. Peopling is hard. Some people, like my best friend, are really easy to game with for hours and hours just because, like, we're the type of people that can be in the same room together and that's enough. Like, we don't have to be doing shit together. And we'll just, like, be doing our own thing. So that makes it easy, but yeah, it just depends. Runes you craft to make. Can you make the runes? I didn't even look. I found Rune of Explosion. Fun. I found some earth ones. Maybe some fire too. Cannot make them. Oh, shit. Broke the torch. I think I'm gonna go just as deep as I can. Marble. Raw. Good too. Score. I wonder if Scoria is like a sign that you're near a dungeon, or if it's just a block. That'd be kind of cool. Sign that you're near a dungeon. It's gonna be interesting trying to figure out what the best like weapons are, because we have the one that this is from, the Spartan weaponry, which has a shit ton of different shields and stuff. I just made a basic shield for now. Mechanism. Wait, that's with a K. Do we have the mechanism mod? We don't. No, we don't. I just had to make sure. That one's cool. Netherite tower shield. That's sick. Ooh, it's got a mushroom. Bronze tower shield. That one's got chicken. Too sick. Oh, okay, so it's a bronze thing for whatever reason. And then these have like the piglins. Rapiers. Throwing knives. That's cool. Okay, but yeah, that's gonna make things definitely complicated because it's gonna be hard to figure out what are like really good weapons aren't. What are you doing, dude? You investigating? Nothing's changed in the past couple minutes. I don't know how deep I'm gonna go. Admittedly, I don't remember what was in 1.16. I don't know what to expect. I know obviously the newest stuff isn't gonna be here. Ooh, what do we find? Hell yes. Perfect. This is what I was hoping for. Okie dokie, let's light this place up. What is this? Salt. More source gems. Ooh, lead. I've never messed with this mod before. Eidolon? Ew. That was that yeah, that was my fault. I completely walked into it. Ooh, shiny Fey gem. What do you I didn't check. What do you use these for? Dwarven anvil. Magical brazier. You can trade with a dwarf artificer, dwarf baker, blacksmith, dragon hunter. I'm sorry, are there dragons? Okay, there are not. Oh my god. I was like, no fucking way. More up there. Greater Fey gem. That up there. I want to try to clear this place out as much as possible. Just the like completionist in me wants it, which usually isn't the case. Usually I just get whatever I can reach decently or whatever's most important and then just dip. And then if I want anything else, I come back. Or like I need anything else, I'll come back. Oh. Crystallizer. Ring of potential. Ooh. Some good shit going on. Okay, let's get the stuff over there. Okay. Reach out for that iron. Find the what? Find the end castle? I'm sorry? What are these people doing? They're like 10 steps ahead of me. Holy shit. Least, minimum. You can lay down, please. You can't have the bowl. Play with the cap. Bottle cap. My arm here, please. I think I'm gonna have to block this up. I didn't want to just in case I needed it for something, but I think it's a little bit of a to go back up. Get another pick. I should have made two. This is a pivot. I'm guessing. Straddle my old saddle. Oh my god. The fuck is a straddler? That was cute. He like he flopped over against my arm. So if you wanted attention or if you were just doing that because you're getting comfy. But either way, that was adorable. Gotta say. Shit, okay. Go back up. We're gonna make 2 pickaxes this time. I just wanna like check out this place. We'll probably end at 10:30 maybe? Tonight. Dang, we're down to the dredges. See, why are there so many koi fish? Ooh, one of them has a hat. Sorry, koi fish. Is that like a static TV? Ooh, ooh. I feel bad for killing them, but I want the hats. It's a creeper with a pet rock. I mean, there's also so many of them. I want to have a bird hat. It's a crown, I think. The crown of the Ice King. That's so funny. I want to wear that immediately. God, I'm gonna turn into the Ice King. It's kind of cool that in a lot of ways I can just like fetch me their souls. In a lot of ways I can just like farm for hats because of the koi. How you doing, buddy? Sticks. Cool. Ooh. Can't catch a break. Oh, it's from Buddy Cards. What do you this? Box. Okay, good to know. Hell yeah. Day one, and we're getting a fair amount of diamonds. I finally finished Minesweeper. Read. I did not win. Ooh, okay. We get XP, 10 XP levels, and 16 iron ingots. That's cool. That's not bad. That's not bad. Every once in a while, I get like a big, I get like a noise. Like I got XP, but I don't know why. Maybe I should pay attention to my XP. Maybe it was literally like X. I don't know. There's so many spots in here to go. I'm gonna get lost probably. I don't know how much I'm gonna delve into Ars Novu. I kind of want to delve fairly deep because there's like it's fucking magic. Oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Admittedly, I want to try to get into as many of the mods as possible for day. Oh. Andy's out of here. That wasn't very long. You just gonna lay at the end of the bed? What are you doing? Good thing I kept cobble. Yeah, that looks like gold down there. This is not gold. I'm just gonna ignore luminous if we see it, because it doesn't seem worth it. Personally. Ow. It was like a burp and then immediately afterwards a hiccup. Spooky, scary skeletons. A ghost skin talisman. I probably shouldn't be doing this way with the lava pools. Yeah, I can literally hear lava right now. I'm not gonna do this anymore. Gotta be more careful about the way I mine down here, I think. I'm definitely not clearing this place out today. Holy hell. I'll probably clear it out off stream sometime. I know I currently have it planned to stream this again later this week. I don't remember when. I might move that depending on when I end up playing Phasmo, because a Christmas update just came out and my friends want to play it, so I figured I'll stream it and we can play it together and all that jazz. But depending on what day that happens will be a factor in when I again. I also typically like to keep cobble on me anyway, just because I like to, when I'm going through mines, if there are any dead ends, I like to block them off so I know, like, okay, don't go that way, you've already went that way and there was nothing, or you've gone that way and you've cleared it out, you know? So I'm not looping back all the time. Especially because I tend to forget where I came from. This is where I went, isn't it? Yeah. I'll block this one off. That's nice that we have the lava pools here. We can almost immediately get to work on enchanting if we want, which I will probably do, honestly. Turn to center. Okay, I'm also gonna want to make a bunch of stairs because it's ass. This is horrific going up and down, especially with my speed. Holy shit! Oh my god! Look at all the koi appearing on the map. Oh my god! Am I gonna be living off of koi? Am I just gonna be cooking koi? Has a hat. Oh, several someones have hats. Oh, another pet rock. I think it's a top hat. I have that one. Have a hat with an accessory of an accessory. Alright, let me look at my new hats. Got the wood hat. Oh, that was from earlier. Piston. Pet rock. Oh, we didn't get the pet rock with the— oh. Holy shit. I have 20 I have 420. I have 24 out of 420. That is insane. I also hopefully maybe have enough iron now so I can name our boy. Maybe. I can make fish and chips with the coal. I have to find their pepper plants, aren't there? Pretty sure. Salt is just a water bottle. Okay. Why is it a crop? Oh, I was like, why is it a Croptopia water bottle? Because, yeah. Mead. Oh, I forgot about that. There's brewing in this. So we can make a whole ass fucking brewery. That's gonna be fun. Gonna be very fun. Okay, let's name our boy. Oh, alright. David. Do we just want to name him David Duck? David Duck? I think he just said yes. Okay, David. Leave your name, buddy. So, how's that? Is that nice, David? Is that good? You like that? You like your new name? I don't remember putting 7 in here. Are they procreating on their own? Oh, David. There we go. Get you out of here. I mean, you're not gonna stay. Also, you're hurt a little bit. Sorry about that, David. I didn't do it, but I'm still sorry nonetheless. We should chop down some trees and get some fences going so David can wander around and be safe, you know? Oh, thank you, David. Every time I say his name, I feel like the girl from Schitt's Creek. You, David. I want to get rid of this hill. This hill's kind of pointless. Just a little bit of terraforming. I have ideas popping in my head. I obviously want to make a farm, of course. I want to make a bridge. It's stupid, but I want to make a bridge from here to over there so it's a little bit easier so I don't have to like weirdly parkour my way around to get over to the thing. Or maybe just like, since we're building into this hill anyway, maybe just expand over that way so that I have an entrance like right here, you know? Dang. Reculture collide rambutan. That I don't fully understand what that said. Um, I definitely want to deck out the pond. I want to add lily pads to it and stuff. Um, obviously gotta do the house. David, please. Don't yell at me. That's for your own good, bud. Pissed. Like I don't think I should be stuck in some. I like the effect they cool. David. trying to think of where to go from here. There's so many ideas going on in my head right now that I'm like trying to focus. I want to put a fence down so David can roam, but I also don't know what the like boundaries or borders of my area are gonna be. Maybe I should just make him a little pendant area. I don't know. That could be cute. Make David his own little area. That could be adorable. Cute. Okay. For now, David, you'll just have to be inside. I'm sorry. He's mad at me. Alright. Yeah, I think I could do the farm over here by the pandas. Because this area feels like it's pretty big. Yeah, I feel like over here is good. Oh, creeper with a top hat. Oh, never mind. Abraham Lincoln hat. Not bad. Distinct difference. Okay, let's look at the planks again. I want to see what my options are and what I should go hunt for. Regular ones, aspen, grim, maple. Maple plank would be right over there. Really like some of the environmental planks, but I don't know how often I'm gonna find them. The cherry, which are like the wisteria. Like we're living in a hole in the ground. I want it to be like bright. And was that panda? No, it's a squid. Okay, that's better actually. So you're really cute. Can I? Oh, I can't. But yeah, because we're living in a hole in the ground, I want it to be bright, you know? But I'm not a fan of birch. Or maybe I will go with birch as long as we find something like colorful to go with it. Like birch and this kusa or kausa. I really like the rosewood. Am I gonna have to go on an adventure trying to find more wood? Probably. I'll do that as well off stream. I'll go on an adventure looking for dungeons and different wood and that jazz. 'Cause so far, our option. Oh. Okay, let's throw our stuff in the chest. Log off for the night. I'm gonna make a list. We're gonna make a to-do list on the wall so that we can keep ourselves accountable of the stuff we want to do. And so I don't forget what I wanted to do. Okay, there. Alright. Do list. Cool. One. These are gonna be numbered, but they're not gonna be numbered in the this is the order. Because they're not. Alright, to-do list. Explore. Fuck, what else? Explore. I can't edit. I can't edit it after I put it down. Okay. I should have realized that beforehand, but it's fine. To-do list. 1. Explore. 1A. Find diff wood. 1B. find dungeons. 2, I started on 2, but I don't really know what I want to do next. Oh, yes. 2, make David Duck home. 3, oh thank you, David. 3, I'm just gonna put Ars Novu. As in, like, I want to delve into Ars Novu. Make farm. 5, expand house. I feel like that's good. And then I'll put the extra sign just down there. Thank you for the big Dave. Okay. So this is the house for now. It's not much, but we have options and we have a lot of space that we can work with because, you know, hills. So that is something. I'm gonna sort the chest just a little bit so that I know stuff. It's gonna be tough because there's Croptopia and Farmer's Delight, so that's gonna be. Hey Joshia, how's it going? Welcome in. Here's the hop seeds. Yes. We have to plant those. Yeah. A brewery going. I'm alive. How about you? I'm alive. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. David, don't quack in my ear. David. I move all the into the. Don't know that there's anything to do with the mushrooms, which is sad, but like, I don't know what to do with them. I'm gonna leave them out of here. Which mod is that? This is actually a mod pack. For this server specifically. The server is Century SMP. And I actually don't know how many mods are in this, but currently I'm just putting all of the Croptopia, Farmer's Delight, and then like the vanilla crops and stuff in this chest for now. I think some of this might be environmental too. Oh, and then the mushroom quest. But looks like over 1,000. There are a lot. I don't think it's over 1,000. Sadly. My PC would not be able to handle that, unfortunately. But it's a lot. I'm gonna move you there. Set it on there. There we go. I want to change hats. I'm not vibing with my current hat. What hat do I want? 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 Top hat. Let's do it. Mr. Head. Oh, I have more seeds in here and blackberry. I'm blind. I think that's There we go. It's not crazy organized because we don't really have the setup for it, but it's at least a little bit better so we can find stuff easier, which is something. Can you stop, David? Welcome back. Alright, Adzuki beans. We need a fermented spider eye. Adzuki curry. That's cool. What is putting him in with the... What's the point of that? What is the point of that recipe? Thank you, Josh Aya, for the follow. Very much appreciated. Welcome to the crew. Adzuki stew. Roasted Adzuki beans. Interesting. Really want to make the magic beans. I need to know if it's like a Jack and the Beanstalk situation. I also don't know what the spirit orb does. I'm gonna look it up quick. And I'll report back to you. Let's see. Spirit orb paraglider. Hmm. Okay, it doesn't say, which is a little annoying. That's something too I wanted to make. I want to make a paraglider, which I think we need... Yeah, we need leather for that one. So we'll have to start getting a cow farm. What's the pronoun check? The pronoun check redemption is just like asking everybody whoever's in chat and wants to what their pronouns are. Just to like, I don't know, start engagement. Make people comfortable, you know? Why does the Deku leaf and the stick put it back into a paraglider? I don't know if I want the leaf or if I want the regular paraglider. Hmm. Alright, I'm gonna put the Shockwave book in with the actual, like, books. Yeah, I want to get into Ars Novu next time. Ooh, I didn't even look into the Feywild shit. Let's see. Feywild introduction. Did you ever find your shoes laced together after a good night's sleep? The sugar in your tea has suddenly turned to salt? Did you ever travel through the forest swearing you see something just in the corner of your eye? Or hearing the giggle of children's voices? If I did, I would probably sob because that is terrifying. Don't fret, you're not going mad. It's just the local fae showing you they care for you in their own very special way. Fae are pranksters, tricksters who enjoy teasing us big folk. Most of the time, they are harmless, but just as with us, there might be a bad seed or two amongst them. It's hard to gain the trust of a fairy as they see the world in a different way than we do. If you want to learn more about the fae, you may want to visit a library and speak to one of the librarians there. They also have guidebooks on magic depending on what magic you brought to the Feywild. If he's not present, just ring the bell. If you literally ring a bell, will he appear? That'd be kind of funny. The war between the seasons can be found everywhere in the Feywild, from small patches to areas overflowing with the season's magic. Normal trees will become enchanted with the magic of the seasons and affect their surrounding areas with that magic. Planting a seasonal sapling will increase the dominance of the specific season in the area. Welcome back. My cat's making himself comfy. Okay. Alfheim. Summoning Fae. With the right ingredients and incantation written on a summoning scroll with magic ink, summon back a Fae. The summoning ritual requires a Fae altar, which can be crafted or can be found at a world tree. That's cool. What comes first, cereal or milk? For me, it's cereal. it feels kind of wrong to do milk first because, like, I have to gauge how much milk I need based on the cereal. You know? Like, what if I do milk first and then I put too much milk? Then my cereal is extremely soggy. Or I put, like, at least with cereal, you can kind of balance it. Yeah, that's my cat. His name's Shadow, but if you ever hear me on stream say any, like, form of Bob, like if I say Bobby, Bobberson, Bobberino, that's him. Why? I don't know. His name is not Bobby. His name is Shadow, but call him it anyway. Mandrake seed. The normal tree is corrupted by the phase magic. Some seeds will turn to a mandrake seed, like mandrake root. Ooh, Fey altar. Alfheim locked. By locking Feywild behind the mythic botany progression, pixies and biomes will only spawn in the Alfheim dimension. Lock Feywild behind Alfheim progress by selecting Alfheim. Oh, so it's a server side. Ancient runestone. Shadow Barbarino the Third. I'll sometimes call him like Bobby Boy. I used to call him because he was a fat cat at one point. We don't know why, because we didn't overfeed him or anything. He just got fat. Like 17 pounds, I think, fat. Or close to that. But he used to be a big cat. So I used to call him Fat Boy RD. Not to be mean, but like in a cute way. I used to call him Fat Boy RD. What are you doing with your butt? He's trying to get comfy and it's not working too well. Blacksmith and library still spawn in the overworld when using Alfheim locked. However, you can blacksmith rune of Nidavellir on an ancient runestone. Ooh, so we have all of the different places from like Nordic shit, huh? Because it said Alfheim, Nidavellir. Does that mean we have like Vanaheim and shit? That'd be cool. by by Skekted by Castle. What is Potty on about? Ars. That's like the Ars Novu book, I think. Or no, it says Ars. It's something else. Oh, Eidolon. My cat always tries to eat plastic. We're lucky that he doesn't try to eat plastic. He'll try to eat other stuff. He'll like walk around my room and he'll eat random shit he finds on the floor. Like it could be a bit of dirt, and if he finds it, he'll just try to eat it because he thinks it's like a crumb or something. He's also like a hungry little fuckhead. He'll try to eat our food. Like if we have bowls or whatever, he immediately is like, "What you got there?" If I have a cup, he assumes it has milk in it and tries to tip it over to get it what's inside of it, even though it probably is not milk. Dickhead. Oh yes. Oh, David! He's making his escape. You can't go outside. It's not fenced in. You'll walk away. Stay. Anyway, I wanted to check out the Evoker 4 over here. I think it's Evoker 4. I heard Evokers, and it's got like a symbol up top. I don't think it's like a fort. It might just be like a spawner thing, but... Ow. Ow. Oh, he has a hat. One of them has a hat. Yeah! Go. Okay. There's a gate, I think, on this. My cat's so smart, he eats more plastic than food. That's big brain energy right there. Hear them, but I don't see them, so I'm gonna try to get as much stuff as I can. Oh, I see them now. I'm gonna try to clear this place out as quick as possible. So, you know, we don't die. What? Someone's been here. Well, I have neighbors, so that's not too surprising. Somehow always has stomach pain, but we don't know why. I wonder. Gotta get some Sherlock Holmes shit on that one. What is this? Oh, it's a cherry log. Why does it look different? Or is it? No, it doesn't. Am I just slow? Have I just not been paying attention? Apparently. Must be. Okay. Someone must have been here. Either they cleared this place out or there's just the one guy here. Ooh, get fucked on. Okay. Cool. So this place is cleared, so we can delete the waypoint. I said delete. That'd be too tough for Sherlock himself. That's, yeah. Maybe. Possibly. Ooh, do we want to try the Goblin King? I don't know that I'm ready. I kind of want to, though. Let's go back home and put our stuff away. Ooh, we do have some shit on. I think before we do the Goblin King, I would want to make a better weapon. Not that this weapon's bad. I mean, it gives you... It's 9 attack damage, but, like, it's slow. Which might be the bane of our existence here. Oh, and of course David is waiting for us. Yeah. Okay. I meant store. Okay. Ooh, look at that. 21 diamonds on day 1 on the server. We're doing good. That's sexy as hell. Okay. This away. That's a lot. That's a lot. Wow. Okay. Anyway, I'm like shocked. Why does that have so many different buffs on it? That's insane. Alright, let's look at the Spartan weaponry. Because that's the only mod I currently definitely know about that we can like do pretty easy. We have one of these, the battle hammers. Excuse me. Ooh. Da, da, da. It looks like this has the best attack damage so far. Yeah, the best attack damage that I'm seeing, but also not great attack speed, so I don't know. Oh, we might have to just go for it. Or a queer person's about always more chill than I don't know. Admittedly, I'm not around straight people very often, aside from like the majority of my family, but they don't really count. Um but I feel like that probably is the case, honestly. Which is funny considering majority of people who are queer have so much more shit on their plates. Cause, you know, misgendering and all the fucking bullshit that we go through. I'm trying to clean this up, but I don't really part of me wants to take one of these with us just in case, but I maybe. Um Yeah, I feel like we are more chill overall for whatever reason. I don't know. Head over the Goblin King. I have not physically seen the Goblin King. I saw his like health bar and I saw the building and I left. Like I marked it and left figuring I could come back. So I don't know what's gonna happen, but we'll find out. Oh wait, let me. Okay. I want to make sure I didn't have anything in my backpack. Yeah, I had that shit when I came out to some classmates. Oh, that was dumb of me. Yeah, it's bullshit. What shot? Garch? I'm sorry. What? I don't like that it sounds like a child. Yeah, I've had that shit happen on and off. My college was really accepting, at least the people that I dealt with, were really accepting, like teachers and everyone. Oh, are you the ow. Are you the Garch? Fuck, why are you fast like that? Come here. Why are you running from me? Come back here. Why is he like this? He's literally armed and he's running away from me. But yeah, my college was really accepting. My high school, I just kind of like, I wasn't at a place where they could be any sort of way to me. Like, I kept to myself. I didn't really come out at all during high school. Oh, that's the um is he even here? Does he respawn? I know someone else was here at some point. Or at least was at a Goblin King. Gob? Oh! I don't know why I don't know what I expected there. Okay. I still say come out when I wasn't too sure, now I'm not sure anymore. I think it depends on the context, honestly. If you feel like you came out, then I'd say so. Like, if it felt like it was that sort of experience, then I'd say yeah. I don't think it really is determined by if you're still that, like if you still associate yourself as whatever you came out as. Like I came out as pansexual at one point to my parents, which I'm not any I'm queer. Which isn't too much of a difference, but like it's a big distinction to me. Cuz queer is more like open-ended where I'm like, oh, I'm not really sure what I'm into in any context. Um but I still say that I came out, you know. I think it just depends on the person and the context. Also, if I start to get off on a tangent at any point, just know that that's just who I am. That's just I can't shut up half the time. Um it's a problem. Fun. Oh, but yeah, I'm a rambler. I ramble a lot, so sorry in advance. It's a family trait. The ogre himself was fine. It was just that little guy. He was hitting me and I didn't even realize it was him. That's valid. I am trans, mass, non-binary, and queer. Is this supposed to be a hat that he's wearing on his butt? But yeah, so in a lot of ways I came out twice, but also didn't because I don't know, it was weird, but do you think you can fight him? Maybe, I don't know. Oh, it's the little guy. I'm more scared of this little dude than the ogre. I'm not scared of Shrek. Heal a little bit. He's not going anywhere. I don't know why he's just sitting there. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I was wrong. He's not moving. Is he stuck? He might be stuck. If so, I'm gonna use that to my children working that's illegal. You right, you right. Is there anything to this? Oh, that's cool. Oh. Those just beats? I think those are just... You just shoot one of your own guys? Dude, my man. What's this guy doing? He has fucking reach. Extra page 1. Significantly adds more slots to a binder? Oh, it's a buddy cards thing. I don't give a shit about buddy cards. Ha! Fucker. Get fucked on. You were stuck in a door. You suck. You trash. Wanna guess what I am? Said you were trans. Or you said you identified as trans, but you don't identify as that anymore. Bruh, I don't know. I'm hungry. Valid. I'll support you in that in any way I can. I hunger. Felt that. I'm actually kind of hungry. Look at these guys. Goblo, goblo. These guys are cute. Look at them. Not the little spastic guy. He kind of scares me. The spastic dude's a little
Simply
freaky.
delicious.
Give me a second. Let me get out of here. I thought this would be better than it is. I thought it'd be like harder, but I guess maybe because they defeated the... Wait. Okay. Sorry, I'm connecting the dots in my head way too late. So, earlier in stream, it came up that someone defeated the Goblin King. And I think I openly said, like, oh, that might have been this one, but there's probably more instances of it. I think it was this one. I think it was the people near me that did it. So this one's defeated, so there's really nothing. Did I go up there? I did. I don't like a little spastic dude. It's 4:46 a.m. and I gotta get up at 6:20. Ooh, that's rough. Sorry about that. Oh shit. Counteroffer, Zoom juice. I like where your head is at. Let's get out of here. Oh, that's the... I was like, what the fuck is that? That's literally where I just was. Okay, yeah, we definitely have to go on an adventure. Or well, I'll go on an adventure off stream just so it's not as tedious. We'll have to venture around the server because, I mean, we've covered a fair amount of land, but we're also not horribly far because they told us before the server opened that they didn't want us to go too far on the first day just because loading chunks and everything, there'd be so many people on anyway. But we should be fine to load chunks now, like in the next couple of days, because it won't be anywhere near... From here on out, it probably won't be anywhere near as packed as it was day one. So, I'm not going to get sleep anyway, so just watching shit until I found you. Well, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate that I'm your choice over sleep. Let's get home. I want more of these flowers around my house. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? I know where my child is. David is at the house. Because he's a good boy. Do you? Yeah, see? See, that's David right there. Hear him? Hi, David. We were just talking about you, buddy. Yeah, that was kind of dookie, not gonna lie. Which is surprising considering, because we have the looter mod. Each instance of like looting is like he does not need to be rescued. He is fine. But like each looting chest is generated for each person, so you'd think that there'd be good shit in it. But I guess not. Maybe it's because it is just a regular loot chest. I don't know. David, what are you doing? You gotta go back inside, buddy. David, you can't swim right now. He did not blink. You guys are lying. David loves me, okay? He's fine just where he is. Oh my god, David. Come on. You guys are lying, and I don't appreciate the slander. Okay, I'm a fine parent. Thank you very much. David, we're gonna get you out of there as soon as possible. No, you're not. He is home. Leave him be. Isn't that right, David? See? Just nodded. As someone who works in childcare, carrying a child back into the house is in fact a sign of love. See? There you go. There you go. David. Where are you going? See, look what you guys have done. Now he's upset. David. Come on. I can't see. I love that he has his own hat. Look at him. He's a creepy little ghast boy. Actually, is that Alex's mob thing? Need to look. Here it is. His hat is so powerfully scuffed, right? Oh, David, he's not freeing himself. I feel bad having to take him out of the pond every time because he seems like he really enjoys it, but like, I don't want him to wander. Okay, so it's what the fuck it. Oh, mimic octopus. Some of these I fucking hate. This drop bear, my fucking nemesis. I hate drop bears. I'm not excited to go to the Nether purely because of those fuckheads. Ugh. Cave centipedes. I hate centipedes in general. I'm terrified of them. See, he just wants to be in the pond. I feel bad that he is a leash kid. Have you ever been to Australia? They're actually quite nice. What, actual drop bears? I've not been to Australia and met drop bears before. Oh my god, I can make a rope. Perfect. Or I can make a lead. Was it like that? Yeah, perfect. Now I can leash him. I can put a leash on him like an actual leash child. And he'll be safe. Just looks like an ugly sniffer. Dude, they legitimately like just drop on your fucking head. I hate them. David? David! No, David, there's a difference between being in the pond and being in the ocean. Or being in the lake, okay? I actually don't know the difference between a pond and a lake. I've always assumed it's just I want that hat. I've always assumed it's just a size thing. But this, whatever it is connected to the actual ocean, so you cannot be in this, buddy. Okay? Yeah, they literally, I think that's what drop bears do in real life, is they literally, like, they have a tendency to just fucking drop on people's heads. And that's what these drop bears do in the game. They drop from the fucking ceiling of the Nether onto your head, and then they just start fucking beating the shit out of you. It's horrific. Yeah, I hear you, buddy. No, they're not. You're lying. Pond very little, lake little. Okay, so it's probably... There you go. I feel like this is a pond. That's a lake. I wish it was. No, it is. You're lying to me right now. I don't believe you. You and your slander. Fair enough. Fuck, I'm running out of space. This is why I need a legal leash kid. Exactly. And he can go in the pond. Apparently he's not right now though, but he can go in the pond. Alright, let's put the weapons in the new chest. Like the weapons and tools. I'm just trying to organize it a little bit so it's easier to find this shit so I'm not just like lost as fuck every time I open this. Don't call CPR, he is fine. Not that it's CPR anyway, it's CPS. Listen, it's either the leash or he doesn't go in the pond, okay? It's not safe. If he wanders off, I won't be there to save him. I won't know where he is. How will I know? What if the drop bears get him? That's what this all circles back to, is the drop bears, okay? I have an immense fear of the drop bears, which means I am coddling my child. I am putting him in a bubble and I don't care. You are not being killed by a drop bear, end of story, okay? It's not happening. Yeah, I love you. And I refuse to let you be killed by a fucking drop bear. Beats don't go in here. Okay. Fuck. Okay, I have a little bit more energy in me. Do we want to go for like another half hour and just explore a little bit? What do we think? Drop in? No! You'll summon them. There's so many koi fish. Is it because I'm here? Are they just like rapidly reproducing? Oh, he has a hat. The duck NPC who just wants to swim 10 blocks in a circle? Fuck did I do? Ooh, what hat is that? I think that's the top hat I have. But I'm just gonna make sure. Oh no, it's a bowler hat. That guy's hat. I don't know what it is, but I want it. Koala, koala, koala. Blame the community? Pray to the goddess. Change 4 spirit orbs for something good. Ooh. Not boulder hat, bowler hat. Where it is. Oh, party! Party! Where it is. Oh. I can have a Dalek on my head. Bowler hat. Here it is. Sounds heavy. I love that. That's so funny. Abraham Lincoln. I'm gonna stick with my top hat, I think. Okay. Any more hats? I'm just gonna use these immense amount of koi fish to find hats. Move! Stop kissing me! Consent is important and I did not consent. Glass. Terry Pratchett? I do. Not personally, but I do. Ooh, squirrel! Is the Twilight Forest squirrel? I love the Twilight Forest squirrels. Whatever, you know him. Yeah, I know Terry Pratchett. I thought I saw another hat in here. Oh, this one's got a hat. Is that the... It's the Mr. T hat. Conspiracy theory. I'm convinced that he's actually an infinite stack of turtles with a universe on his head. Who is? This is a very important distinction. Mr. T or Terry Pratchett. We're gonna go on a little adventure into a direction that I haven't been in yet, which is most of them. We'll just keep going west, I think. Right? Yeah. Terry Pratchett. We hid it so carefully. Listen, we were just talking about Sherlock Holmes earlier, okay? Can't expect us to not be on top of the game. I looked down. I'm glad that we're at least at the update where we can swim fast. Because going to like 1.12 and not being able to speedily swim is a different pain that I didn't realize I would experience. It's a world sprig! Hi, buddy. They're so cute. Sorry, sylphs. Doesn't feel right. Oh, they're so cute. I'm so sorry that I killed one of you earlier by accident. I didn't mean to. I got scared. It won't happen again. It'll probably happen again, but it won't happen again soon. Where am I going? I'll go this way. The saying "it's turtles all the way down" is such a massive part of my vocabulary, and I honestly am always shocked when people have no idea. I personally have no idea what you're saying. I've never heard of "it's turtles all the way down" as a phrase. Or yaks. Ooh, a throwback song. Conspiracy theory: cats are cannibal birds in a costume. I like it. I like it. Ooh, why is he doing that? Why is he like frantically vibrating? Do you see that? Caw-caw! we just we just spotted a bald eagle. I don't think I have potatoes. Hold on. They're like one of the best food sources in my opinion, so I'm taking that. I'm all of a sudden feeling very patriotic. Nah, fuck the US. The universe in Ring World sits on the back of a giant turtle, which stands on the back of a giant turtle, and it's turtles all the way down. Okay. I think I get it. Your micro just died right there. Whoops. Uh-oh. Let's go check that out quick. And hopefully not get killed by whatever's here. Oh. Oh my god. Oh no. Such a majestic animal just turned into a fucking glitch. Oh jeez. Ow. I was disillusioned for a second and thought somehow an apple would feed me more than a piece of steak. We're not gonna talk about it. What is ability totem? I'm sorry, I had my shield up. What? How dare? Ooh, he had a hat. I didn't even realize. Mostly because he's invisible, but you know. Cool. Stop those out, I guess. Da, 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 da. I don't think any of these are really. I don't know. We all made that mistake once, or maybe twice, but not me. You're just too elite for that. Oh. Oh, I was like, why the fuck do I keep getting hurt when he hits me? Because he has thorns, you dipshit. You fucking dingaling. What would make you think that? No idea. No clue. Couldn't tell you. Okay. You know what? Let's just fucking. I don't know. We'll have to compare and contrast later. That was not the time. Oh, my boots. My boots. I don't want my boots to break. They're so fast. They're so speedy. Yes, I'm the goat. Open sesame. I'm lagging. Yay! Ooh, Wither Roses. Monastery Explorer map. The fuck you say? That. Okay, wherever it is, I'm not near it. I'll have to find it. Balconies. You can just walk right off. I like it, Picasso. Anything else to this, or is it cleared? I think it's cleared. Okay. Let's go this way. Why is there a waystone just out here? When the game is 5 seconds per frame? It looks good. Literally, I'm like, good my ass, bro. What are you talking about? He's still up there. Doing his best. I can't look at him too long. It hurts my head. I want to see if I can find this monastery. I don't know what direction. Because I'm not even like slightly on the map. Another bald eagle. Caca! Okay, oh. The game is not gaming. Not. I'm trying to look around while also checking the map, but it's not working too well. Wow, how far are we? Not very far. I was like, wow, we've explored so much already. No, I just got sidetracked. Like I do. The phoenix is not phoenixing. Oh. Well. Okay. Deposit. Oh, cool. Whoa. You literally drew a circle on the floor. You're qualified. That's like me walking into. I just applied to a gas station because I get chronic migraines, which make jobs very difficult because like a lot of job settings uh give me more migraines. Like for instance, um I tried to work at like a fast food place and it just I would have only been able to work the rest register, but they didn't have enough people in the kitchen, so they needed me in the kitchen. So that job didn't last very long. But like I can't be in the kitchen because it's too hot and it gives me migraines. I get migraines for every little thing. It's like it's so stupid. Um but I applied to this gas station and I walked in and I was like, I'm nervous about this interview. But realistically, should I be nervous? Because how do you not have the qualifications to work at a gas station? If we're being honest. He's still, yep. I'm gonna take a screenshot. Right? Like, I was nervous because, you know, it's an interview. You want it to go well. You don't want to be stuck with an asshole or whatever. But, like, realistically, I don't know how I could have failed it. Me eating for the third time in 1 hour after eating nothing for 2 days without noticing. Oh, I felt that. I typically don't get to that point. Like, I don't get that bad just because I will eat if it makes my stomach shut the fuck up. So, like, I can't not eat. But sometimes I will wait until the last minute to eat until I'm like, my stomach feels like it's eating itself. And then I'll eat. And then that one instance of eating will be the only time I'll eat all day. Which happens a lot. I mean, at least I'm eating, but like, it's not good. See, my stomach just shuts the fuck up on its own and then I forget. I wish my stomach shut the fuck up. It's like that one nagging aunt or uncle or grandparent that is like on you about like every little thing. They're like, when are you gonna go to college? When are you gonna find someone and settle down? When are you gonna this or that, you know? Like, I wish it'd shut up, but I also am grateful that it does speak up because I would probably forget to eat otherwise. I'm tired all the fucking time. Don't eat enough. Very fair. I'm just almost never hungry. Since I remember. I have no idea where to go for this, so I'm just gonna ignore that. Bitch! Oh, someone has bad aim. I'm just gonna ignore the map for now. We'll go on a quest with the map another time. Get fucked on. How much do you sleep a night? Who, me? Ooh, it's pretty over there. Cattail. I'm gonna have to kill you. I'm so sorry. Um, I sleep. Well, that's a tough. That's a tough one to answer at the moment. Ooh, what is this? At this very moment, was this someone's house or something? At the moment, I'm in a bad place mentally, kind of, sort of. So I tend to sleep a lot less than I usually do. Usually I get anywhere from like 6 to 8 hours, or well, more like 7 to 9. Because my brain is like, this is the minimum amount of hours you're supposed to have, so that's what you're gonna get. And like, I'll wake up at, oh, this is someone's house, cute. Um, so I'll like, I could go to bed at fucking like midnight, and I'll wake up at exactly 8 o'clock. Um, like whatever time I go to sleep, typically I'll wake up 8 hours later, like on the dot. But lately, I've fucked up my sleep schedule horribly, and I try to go to sleep at like midnight, but usually I end up not being able to fall asleep for like an hour, so I give up and end up staying up until like 6 a.m. So, and then I'll sleep in until like noon. I usually don't let myself sleep in any later because I still live with parents. And said parents believe that sleeping in, even if you're getting the minimum and that's it, they believe that sleeping in is lazy. So I don't sleep typically. Usually if I'm like sleeping in, it's because I actually just went to bed late. The secret ingredient is just not doing important tasks. Really. Oh. Where have I gone? Got it. Let's go more west. Less time doing schoolwork equals more time sleeping. Literally. I'm so glad I'm out of school. I don't have to worry about that shit anymore. You're doing important tasks. I don't even do any tasks at all. So fair. Yeah, I graduated in August. Funny enough. I graduated in August, so I'm set. I'm good. I did my 4 hours. I did my time. Or my 4 hours, my 4 years. It felt like 4 hours. Honestly, it was like a blink and it was over. It's a little alarming. Foul berries. Are they actually foul? Did I eat them? I'm choosing to do this to myself at this point. Very fair. Guess my sleep at night. Considering you said we sleep a lot, I would say like 4? Both of us on track for our guesses. Ooh, I don't have tomatoes. Ow! I just want the seeds! I don't need. Oh, I'm planting the foul berries. That's what's happening. Okay. Less? Half an hour? Jesus. Oh, hi, buddy! Do you want a foul berry? Here. Oh, I didn't drop one. Here you go. You want one? You don't need to take it away. You can keep it. I'm not gonna fight you for it. Half an hour. Jesus. That's pretty accurate. Oh my. Half an hour isn't even enough for a nap for me. My naps are usually 2 hours long because it takes me like an hour to pass out, and I finally am asleep in an hour. Wait. Wait, are these the dandelions? Wait. These are the fucking sunflowers. It's okay, I'll take them. Can I have them? Can I bring them home? You're coming home with me. Don't giggle at me. Got his fruit and got out, literally. I'm gonna take a bunch of these. I want these. I'm gonna put these at my house. I want to find the dandelions. Not only because I want to make the stuff with the dandelions, but also because they're really fucking cute. I have to show you what they do in this mod. Oh my god. That man scared the bag and skedaddled. Is this Netflix? Yes. All the songs that play are in the top right corner. If you can't read it, let me know. I'll make it bigger. Here I go. Wait. Are these cherries? This is pretty. It's simple, but it's pretty. Hi, Gazelle. Am I still going west? I am. The fucking crocodile. What don't I need? I just want some watermelon so I can plant them. The smallest iPhone ever made. Gotcha. I have a Android, so I don't have that problem. I have other problems, such as majority of things being made for iPhones and not Androids. I don't know if I would switch to an iPhone ever. If anything, I would switch from an Android to another Android. Like I have Samsung right now. I think I would switch to Google Pixel. Because I've had a Google Pixel in the past and I loved it. I loved the shit out of it and I miss it. So I think I would switch if I could. Da, 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 da. Don't switch to iPhone. Very fair. Went from Apple to Samsung and I'm not going back. So fair. That's what I keep hearing. It's like it's sometimes hard to tell with people's like opinions because some people are like, "Oh, iPhone," but also a lot of the people that I hear praising iPhone from going from Android to iPhone are people that are big on name brands and like the top tier shit. Like I like shit if it fucking works. I feel like I can maybe I can trust you guys. Too tech guy to thrive on the Apple OS. Ooh, What is this? What is this? Whoa. Flowering Morado. I don't remember if I saw the planks for this guy. I can help you. I can help you with about any iOS version. I have never had Apple ever. I think the only Apple products I've ever had was an iPad, and I lost it. Which harder to break an iPhone by mistake. I don't know. My brother's shattered the shit out of his iPhone. Granted, he fucking chucks his phone across the room. Like, when we were talking about people with anger issues and shit, like, my brother is the type to play video games and get pissed over the smallest little thing and break his fucking controller or whatever is close. It's ridiculous. Those don't even look like leaves. I don't understand. Ooh, what are you? Bird of Paradise. I know that plant from the Jurassic Craft mod. They've got super robust security, but that means you can actually do almost nothing program-wise. Ooh. Ooh, does that bananas on it, maybe? Is that banana bundle? How do you make a banana bundle into singular bananas? I want singular bananas. Sorry. That's a monkey. There's a monkey. Is it capuchin? You eat the banana. Oh my god. Please tell me you take banana bunches, because I don't know where the fuck to find regular bananas. And if I can't not take you home, I'm going to lose it. Please. Where'd he even go? Where'd he go? I saw him. Did he eat it or did I throw it? Oh, I'm peeling them. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, oh my god. 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 What is happening? No, I have to. Can I get rid of these banana peels? What can you do anything with banana peels? Hold on. You said. You can say you can make sopa de macoco. What? Did you eat the bananas? Don't tell me you ate the bananas. I didn't even give you the bananas, which means you're not. What the fuck are. Monkey. Oh my god, there's so fucking many of them. I'm losing it mentally. Mentally, emotionally, and physically, I am gone. I'm a husk. I swear to fucking god. Bananas. It's happening again. Okay, I have bananas. Let's see if I can give him the bananas. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. 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 Hello. Hello. Huh? Banana. No. 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 Banana. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to. I wanted to break the grass. I swear. I'm so I I am a monster. I admit it now. I am a horrible, horrible human being. Oh my god. I just wanted to give him bananas. I need to find more bananas. This is And I stay here, I'm in. I don't swim or sink, I just float. Hi. Banana. Oh. Ooh. Stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down walls. Passion vine. I want these. I'm a greedy little gremlin. Hi. Cheddar, cheddar, cheddar. I'm gonna make my house fucking beautiful by taking all of these. Earthquake, oh, I will never ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. I'm gonna eat something now. Have fun. Enjoy your meal or snack. I will never fall, never. I need more bananas. Oh, they're passion vines because they grow passion fruit. Oh my god. Not only is my house gonna be cute, but it's gonna have passion fruit. I don't need that. Ooh, power 1. I don't know what to get rid of. Ah, that. I don't need it. I can eat this. I also don't need several sabers. Is a man, the world in my hands, hate the beach. You're with my toes and oh, bananas! Okay. Ooh, we got a lot of bananas that time. Okay, 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 okay. Let's see if we can get ourselves a capuchin. What to think about? Oh, monkey. Hi. Hi, Bubby. Banana? You pig. I don't learn from my mistakes. I'm leaving. I'm just wasting time. I'm trying to get bananas and get a monkey, but none of them love me. I also just think they're not the right bananas, or maybe all of those monkeys are just fucking greedy little gremlins like me. Hummingbird, hi! I don't think that's how you eat all I don't okay. Monk monkey. Yeah, monkey, whatever. I may be just a man, but inside I am Woo! Okay. This is a big ass biome. Oh my god. Golden Sealy Field. That's so close to my middle name. I love it. Ooh, pretty. Pretty, 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 pretty. I wanted these for my home. I may be just a man on the outside, but on the inside, I'm the inside of a man. Ooh, what are those? Why are they moving? I don't like that. Why are you moving? I don't trust you. Water hyacinth. I want you even though you move and you scare me. I really didn't need this many, but I'll take them, I guess. I'm also just now realizing I'm gonna have to run all the way home because I don't have a waypoint with me. Well, maybe not all the way home. Some of the way home. Rosewood! This is the wood! This is the wood! Okay, 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 okay. Sorry, I'm trying to calm myself down by just saying the same word over and over again. Also, sometimes I say a word and then I can't stop. What is that? Stop. Collaborate and listen. Ice is back with a brand new invention. Something grabs a hold of me tightly. What the fuck is that? Are you STEM neurodivergent or non? I'm non-STEM neurodivergent. I don't know what the second group is, but I know those are the two. Those are the only two options. What is this? What are you? What did I find? Also, why is this building clipped here? Find the end. Oh, this is it. This is the. Oh, is it bad? Should I be here? Should I be here? Art. Art is the second one. Should I? Oh, hello? Oh, my bedtime alarm that I always ignore. Wee. Oh, did they not see it earlier? Oh, tree mushrooms! Hello, welcome to place. Tank. I'm gonna break in. He stopped me just in time. Go around that way, the entrance over there. Okay. Rotsy. Wait, he's a- Oh, he's a llama! He's a llama. Now I llama. Oh. Wow. Let me tell you a biology fact that you'll love. You are a fatty lump in a calcium suit of power armor powered by tiny meat rods. I love it. I'm just gonna open a bunch of these and not take what's in them unless I actually like them. Like, I'm gonna take this bread. I'm gonna take this leather, too. Barrel booty. I'm a Libra if it matters. It doesn't. Because he went that way? I don't want to go that way anymore. Let you. Honestly, not a big fan of Libras. Libras and I, we bump heads. Ooh, perfect, actually. There. Kingdom of Zephyria. Taurus gang? Hell yeah. I've never had beef with Taurus. I dated a Taurus once, but like, that was a him specific issue that happened. It wasn't a whole Taurus thing. Villager. Hello? Oh, Jesus. Oh, I want your hat. Can I have your hat? Thank you. Hat critic. 25 different hats. Let's go. I'm definitely above 25, aren't I? Because I was at 24 not long ago. All hat variants? Yeah, I'm at 36, you fucking liars. But yeah, I honestly, I'm a Scorpio. I vibe with Aries for some reason way more than like anybody else. A lot of my friends that I've made in the past have been Aries. I think there's only like one or two exceptions, which are an Aquarius and I don't remember. But yeah, me and Sagittariuses and Libras, we don't vibe. Same with Geminis, honestly. Both my dad and my oldest younger brother are Geminis and dang, this place is huge. Is this where he lives? I don't want to steal from here because I don't know if he. We've discovered he's getting genocided at Havers. Oh, oh, oh. I have not decided that, so I think it is incorrect. That was like deep in there. I struggled to get with that one out. My apologies. Oh, that's cool. They open together. Hello? Who the fuck is rattling? Put your bag of bones away. Oh my gosh, if I find a bunch of these, I can name my koi fish. What happens when you see a person wearing a cool hat, huh? We'll see your true colors. That's fair, actually. Yeah, that makes sense. We're not gonna talk about that. Okay, this place doesn't have great stuff, but I'm glad I found it. This is cool. And now I've got a way home. I think we're gonna. I should go home. This is probably gonna be my only chance to go home before I like cross the entire fucking map. Oh wait, oh my god, I completely passed over the fact that those are rosewood. I was like, oh my gosh, the wood, and then I was gonna get it, and then I got sidetracked and did not get the wood. It's fine, I'm fine. I want to get like a stack of this, or at least I want to get some. What are they called? Saplings. As a beginner philosopher, I must push you to evaluate your hash stealing, people murdering ways. You can't make me. I'm gonna push it in a box and never touch that topic ever. What? I want to know. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What was he just doing? What was he just doing? Oh my god, there's a baby. Can I kidnap the baby? He took my He took my shield, so I stole their child. I'm not gonna get thrashed. I would like my shield back, though. Can you give me that back? What are you doing? Oh. Oh. He was crying. Oh, thank you, actually. That's, yeah, thank you. Oh, he's, oh. I feel bad. No, 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 don't do that. Don't do that. Just stay here. He's so much smaller in my hands. Also, I don't like the way he's shaped. Why is he like that? Why is he like a man? Why is he like my old principal? Why is he like my old principal? All legs? Or no, sorry, he's the opposite of my old principal. Because my principal was all torso, no legs. This man is all legs, no torso. Sobbing. I'm gonna take him home with me. I'm not. I can't. No, I shouldn't. I shouldn't. I'm gonna take it back to his parents. His parents are over here, right? As in all legs myself, it is in fact a struggle. Yeah, I feel like it'd be more of a struggle to be all legs and not all torso. Here you go. You can go back to your family. He ran. He's like, save me from this person who literally just tried to kidnap me. Why do they have sticks? Scares me. Oh, back. I almost had it. Oh my god. Having a 36-inch inseam and a 28 waist was not a fun time. Ooh. Turns out they don't make it. Oh my god. Did you have to get like custom clothing or did you just have to constantly get clothes that never fit? Because I know custom clothing is like more expensive typically, unless you like know someone. I don't know. I kind of want to steal them again. I mean, they do, but all at tall people, more expensive stores? Yeah, that makes sense. I'm the one your parents tell you not to hang around. At any moment I could snap, choke you out. Get scared was a time in so many people's lives. I just want the blanks. Can't reach that one. This is a problem. I don't like leaving trees hanging, and that's exactly what I might have to do. Can get this one, maybe. Yes, cool. Just do it far away. There we go. I got it. Oh, but they're on the trees. Oh, oh. My inventory is so full. It's okay. I'm not holding the man anymore, so I can take the sapling. Hopefully that's everything. Where was I? Where was I? Right here? This doesn't feel right. Oh, right here. The secret ingredient is running away. It bothers me when I leave them. Okay, I feel like I have quite a few. And I have saplings, so I think we're fine. I think we're good. I'm gonna kill that squid that has a hat, and then we're gonna leave. We're not gonna talk about the fact that the squid has a hat and what that means for me mentally. Is that more hyacinths? Total tangent. Icarus trees have physics? They have physics? Care. I don't know what that means. And do damage? Oh god. That's like the fuck. Is it Valheim? The game? Because I think they also have, if that's the right game that I'm thinking of, I think it also has physics. I'm pretty sure it's also called Valheim, like my like my mod pack that I've been playing with. Fall like tree. Let's go home. Hi, buddy! See, he's swimming. He's having a good time. You guys are just a bunch of fucking liars. Eh. Splish splash, he was stealing your cash. Yeah, my boy's a little thief. What can I say? That's why I don't play poker with him anymore. He cheats. But you never realize it until he's already taken, like, all of your children's savings. Hey, look at him. He's eating. Nom 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 nom. I thought there was a weird. There wasn't. Just gonna throw this shit in here. Fuck it. Why are these foul berries? What can you make with these? Foul soup? That is horrendous. 1.5 food bars for all that work. You have to cook that shit with an onion and a spider eye. What is the point of you? That is horrible. Everything about that, I hate it. Ooh, I could put the vines. Nasty ass berries. I'm gonna leave the trees that are immediately around my house, so I don't have to worry about those. going anywhere. Yeah, I'm short. I can't reach. And then, ooh, let's do some up here. Right. I want them to grow so that they'll be like hanging down everywhere and it'll be cute. It'll be cute, god damn it. Fuck. There we go. Rip. This place is gonna be fucking adorable, cause I say so. I know you're a duck father, but I'm not seeing a single grape in the area. Do you even know what your son likes? It's a work in progress. I gotta make the farm. I may be a father. I may I may be an explorer, but I am not a farmer. I want to find that monastery at some point. Okay. Let's... Nature is like a big farm. I don't have to plant. If I remember right, these are like a nice... Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Pair that up with like something bright. Like maybe, as much as I hate to say it, maybe some of those? I don't know. Kind of cute. Which is the good part. So true. Ooh, good song. Good movie. What is the rosewood? I can make a maraca. I can't. I don't have a rattle, but I can make a maraca. What does the door look like? Can I make a door? Ooh, that does not look like it's gonna look nice. Door. See, this is what I want. Ooh, wait. I just need dandelions. I don't know how to find them though. Okay. I'll just message in the Discord at some point and be like, does anyone know where you can find dandelions? Do a little baby girl type shit, you know? I can put my backpack back on. Yeah, this is gonna be the main room, I think. I don't know what the fuck's gonna be here, though. And then... What does anime dance entail? Um... a... anime girl, dancing shows up on screen, and then I do the dance for as long as it goes. It's a very simple dance. It's literally just like me moving my arms up and down. But I'm gonna make a hall here. I have to be careful over here. I can't expand too much that way. Or, well, maybe I can. Hold on. Check. Yeah, not really, because it gets flatter over there. Hallway. Right. Whack. Saving channel points for the possibility of Gimba at some point in the future. Smart, smart. We're smart. Alright, I know I wanted to make a connection over here. Okay. This complicates things. It's really what are they? 10 different accessories. Ooh. Job done. Connection connected. Honestly, kind of. This isn't what I was thinking, but I'll leave that for now. We'll go back to the other area. Truthfully, I don't want to do what. Anyway, truthfully, I don't want to deal with that, but whatever. Wait. Two. With all due respect, fuck that, literally. I have energy for many things, but that is not one of them. I'm gonna make a bedroom over here. I cannot build. I have learned things, but like I'm not one of those people that can just build off the cuff these like fucking badass super detailed houses. I'm gonna have to find like a video and learn if I can turn this into a hobbit hole. That's what I want to do. I don't know if it's gonna be the limitation of my expertise, but we'll see. Mimic house. House square. House dirt. If me feel fancy, house rectangle. I constantly do like T-shaped houses and L-shaped houses. Usually if I do a square, it bothers me because then there's like no depth to it. Oh wait, I had another You come here. Yeah, I tend to do shapes. Most volume, least block. Most best. Need it deeper because I want to do like a whole bed thing. Is Shadow still in? Speak of the devil and he shall appear. You just walked in the door. What? My spidey senses were tingling apparently. Hi. Where are you? Where were you? Yep, make biscuits in my thigh. I'm gonna pretend it doesn't hurt. I have so many scratches on my knee from him making biscuits in my lap and just like digging in. If Minecraft had spheres, I'd do that, but they don't. Yeah, that's very fair. I also I tend to make houses the shape of the area. So like if I'm on an island, I'll do them literally just the shape of island. Absolute weapon. You comfy? Man, I want to give you love. Mwah. I'm gonna go downstairs and cuddle my sister's new cat. Hell yeah. Cuddle time. I forgot she's still here. Okay. And if I do paperwork for cat in residence isn't finished yet. I'm sorry, rival sons, but I'm not feeling it right now. Not you either. Bye. Bye 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 bye. Ooh, Cupid show. The only one I got. Of a girlfriend. Get a lot. room. Okay, so we have the wood we want. We have saplings. We're all good. We've done a lot for the first time on here. And it is down to The Last of Us. So I think I'm gonna call it here. I was gonna like get into building, but I really don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I know I want to make this